1 second, one more person has come. She let him inside the temple. She asked, you allowed him and you are not allowing me because I have 2 kids and they had a health issues. For that, I requesting to allow inside. She abused her in the temple. That police cop has abused inside the temple, both my daughter and both the children. She said, why you are abusing me in the temple? Not correct. Then the fight started. Then after that, what happened, I don't know. After that, I come to know that next day, I requested the media, told that whatever the happens, because the police also in the pressure on that day, because full rush was there on the temple. So cops has done the thing, some abuse that my daughter would have been, say that, okay, fine, she would have told. And she has done the mistake. After that, they filed the FIR. Then I said, law will take into their own action. It's over. So why again it is carrying on the TV, I don't know. Whatever is happened, I am sorry for that. It should not happen. People will go for the temple for the peace, not to disturb the things.
Right, sir. So I just want to understand, I completely, understand what you said. And but such inconvenience is caused to anyone. Even if you go to a temple or I go to a temple on a day where there is an Amavasya and, you're expecting a large crowd to be there. So there can be some inconvenience that caused, in getting the darshan on time. But does that, it doesn't give the right to your daughter to go and slap a police officer who's just present there and performing her duty?
I feel that she abused in such a manner. See, because action and reaction will be there. She has made action on her to the kids. See, nobody will tolerate, the mother will not tolerate the kids when she talks about vulgar words. So she has vulgar my daughter also and in front of the children also. So in the temple it has happened. See, my daughter would have been a lot of patience to come and reported me, I would have taken action on the cops. But she has done the mistake, so I feel sorry for it.
Okay, so since you are admitting that there has been a mistake on your daughter's part and you're apologizing as well, when will the daughter come out and apologize I want to ask you that.
Yes, I'm already apologized in the media also, in the press also. So I told my daughter also in the public place, we should not lose our patience. Whatever that says, you should have a lot of patience to listen and come and report to us, to the higher officers, not to take the manhandle, whatever it is happened. It's happened. Don't do that, I said already. And she also apologized to the cop also.
So she has apologized to the cop, is what you're saying?
That incident, she apologized to the cops also.
She has done, like she will be apologizing to the cop?
Yes, already it is over. That is, 1 week back only the incident has happened. And after that, she apologized the things also, cops, whatever, because my 2 kids were there. I'm very frustrated. They are not well, my 2 kids also. All this was, we requested the things. I also apologized the cop on that day. Whatever it has happened, don't bring it to the thing, all this to make it big, this issue.
All right, sir. Since you have also apologized and you're saying that daughter also has admitted that there was a mistake on her part, out of frustration, she took this step. Of course, that doesn't, give her the right to do the same. But as you mentioned, she's now apologized. I want to ask you, the kind of incident when such, when such similar incidents take place, they also sent out a message that how, people who come from a privileged section, who come from, who have people, in political circles can get away with anything. So what kind of message, you would want to send now?
Oh, in the temple, everybody goes for the peace, not to make the things. Because when VIP comes, a lot of disturbance will happen to the public. So in that, sometimes it happens. So in that, I request to the media also, this incident is whatever is happened. When we are a politician, when you go to the temples, we should have a lot of patience. We should not break the things, queues, and go to the VIPs in that. People will not accept that. So that's what we should have a common code. In front of the God, everybody is equal. Not with the thing, we are a MLA or we are a minister or a chief minister. In front of the God, everybody is equal. Even common man is the same and chief minister also same in front of the God. So that we should always have the ideology in the mind and go to the temple. Not to go that we are VIPs, we should leave immediately. All this, you should go in the temple. All these egoists should not be there, whoever it is. That's
all right, Mr. Gowda, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. And as you admitted, there has been a mistake and apology has also been tendered for the same. Thanks so much. Now we are shifting focus. Supreme Court has now sought the response of 20 rebel Trinamool Congress MPs on a plea filed by party's General Secretary and MP Abhishek Banerjee. challenging the delay in deciding the party's petitions seeking their disqualification. Banerjee has now urged the Supreme Court to direct Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla to expeditiously decide the disqualification petitions pending before him. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta appeared before the Lok Sabha Speaker as well in this regard, and we understand that at the moment the Secretary General of the House Supreme Court has now asked the Solicitor General to obtain instructions from the Speaker on this matter. So big update coming in as far as the Trinamool Congress rebel MPs are concerned, as the Supreme Court has now sought their response. All right, my colleague also joining us with more details on this. Satak, do give us the details that the Supreme Court has now said with regards to 20 rebel Trinamool Congress MPs who have already joined NCPI now.
Well, absolutely, Ishita, but just to give a little background on the case, 20 rebel MPs had gone against the TMC faction and they were joining NCPI, against which Abhishek Banerjee had filed a petition before the Lok Sabha Speaker, because as per Article 102, Subclause 2, read with 10th schedule of the Constitution, the power lies with the Lok Sabha Speaker to decide on these anti-defection laws. And a petition was filed by Abhishek Banerjee regarding the same against these 20 rebel MPs. However, it was claimed by him that it was taking a lot of time for the Speaker Om Birla to decide the matter. There has been certainly a delay in the matter. Therefore, he filed another petition in the Supreme Court to intervene and to direct the Speaker to decide the matter as early as possible. And the Supreme Court has also mentioned that the power actually lies with the Speaker to decide these anti-defection laws. However, if there is an unreasonable delay, a judicial intervention can happen. On that ground, the Supreme Court has asked the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who was representing the Speaker Om Birla in this particular matter, to file a response on why there has been a delay in deciding the matter. So on the next date of hearing, it is expected that they would be filing a reply to decide whether there has been a delay, there has been a reasonable cause for the delay, or there has been a justified reason why there has been a delay in this matter. So on next date of hearing, that is something that we can expect to reply be filed by the Speaker Om Birla, and why there has been a delay in this particular matter. Ishita.
All right, thanks Satak for joining us, and keep tracking all the updates which are coming to light in this case. Thanks so much. Now we are shifting focus. Pakistan's latest effort to mediate between Iran and the United States has now suffered another setback, with Iran rejecting a US proposal conveyed during Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Muni's visit to Iran recently. Now, Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf reportedly stressed that Washington must first fulfill its commitments. All right, viewers, right now we're getting these live visuals coming to light from Patna, where students are now protesting, taking their march to Raj Bhavan and seeking cancellation of 78th BPSC examination. Right now, situation escalating on the ground. As you can see, police officers also deployed there, heavy security there to contain the crowd. At the moment, these are the live visuals coming in, showing you how the protest is now escalating in Patna over the cancellation of a BPSC. In fact, several students, as you can see, are also being detained by police.
कर रही है और यह सरकार डराना चाहती है। हम इस बात को कहना चाहते हैं कि दमनात्मक कार्रवाइयों से यह आंदोलन आगे बढ़ेगा, यह आंदोलन रुकेगा नहीं, यह आंदोलन बढ़ता जाएगा। पूरी जिम्मेदारी सरकार की होगी। हम इस बात को कहना चाहते हैं कि दमनात्मक कार्रवाइयों का रास्ता बंद करके सरकार को वार्ता का रास्ता तय करना चाहिए। वार्ता करना चाहिए, वही रास्ता हो सकता है इस आंदोलन का।
All right, viewers, as the visuals continue to show how the protests are now escalating. These are the students or protesters who have now gathered in Patna. They're taking their march towards Raj Bhavan while they are seeking cancellation of a BPSC examination. So something similar we've seen unfold in Jharkhand as well. We've seen in Delhi as well. And right now, over irregularities which have come to light, students taking to streets in Patna, holding a protest right now. And as you can see, police have also detained several students. And right now, barricading has been put in place to stop the students from marching towards Raj Bhavan at the moment. These are the visuals that we're getting in, showing you how the situation remains on the ground in Patna, as students have now taken to streets seeking cancellation of a BPSC examination. There were several clashes also that were reported between the cops and the student protesters. Right now, as you can see, situation seems under control at the moment, but certainly these students also pushing these barricades as they intend to continue their march towards Raj Bhavan, seeking cancellation of BPSC examination over alleged irregularities. Now, right now we can see more and more students also joining in this protest, which is now taking place in Patna. They are marching towards Raj Bhavan from Gandhi Maidan, seeking cancellation of the examination. In fact, at the moment, several students have also been detained right now, being taken by police, as you can see on your screen. Police there trying to control the situation, and several of the student protesters have now been detained as well in Patna. We are getting you live visuals on Republic TV, showing you the entire tension, the entire drama that's now unfolding right now in Patna. Several student protesters have now been detained over the protest, which is demanding the cancellation of a BPSC examination or alleged irregularities. And these are the visuals that are coming to light from Patna, showing you how the protests have now escalated on the ground. Police there, in fact, putting in multiple barricades to stop these protesters from marching. With that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll get you details how drama is now unfolding in Patna, with student protesters hitting the streets seeking cancellation of a BPSC examination. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सेनको से मेरा नाता सालों पुराना है। ये मेरे लिए बस एक ब्रांड नहीं है,
ये है एक लेगेसी। मेरी शादी के कंगन सेनको से ही लिए थे,
क्योंकि ऐसी बारीक कारीगरी और कहाँ।
इसीलिए सेनको इंडिया का
amongst most trusted jewelry brand as nominated by the FIR।
अब मैं क्या ही बोलूं।
परिवार, अटूट भरोसा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis powers. Bessent argued that history
Hello viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Time for some business updates. Over to my colleague Aishwarya for the latest.
Thank you, Ishita. There's a big breaking coming in from the world of business. The Donald Trump administration's decision to propose a hike in the H-1B visa fee has hit the Indian IT stocks as we speak. The Nifty IT index is down about 0.90% as we speak. And when we look at the components, Wipro is down about 1.40%, Infosys is down 0.62%, HCL is also down 2.04%. Tech Mahindra has been impacted as well. The stocks are down because this move could actually increase costs for the IT companies. They now have to pay more for the H-1B visas, and that could impact their costs. Now, there are two ways that this proposed H-1B visa fee hike could impact Indian IT companies. One is that they'll have to pay up an extra cost of up to about $1 lakh for every employee that they send from India to the US. Two, it could push them towards hiring local talent instead, and that comes at a higher cost too. And that is precisely what IT stocks are factoring in right now. Now, this comes against an important backdrop. The Indian IT stocks have been underperforming for over a year now. The last time that we saw the stock hitting an all-time high was in December 2024. It was trading somewhat around 45,000 rupees, while it's hovering around 30,400 rupees today. Remember, even when the global IT stocks, the global AI stocks were doing well, Indian IT stocks were actually falling. We were just starting to see some green shoots last month, and now this latest decision by the Trump administration could weigh on the Indian IT industry all over again. How long this holds, whether it survives the legal scrutiny, and whether it actually becomes implementable, that we'll have to wait and see. But as we speak right now, Indian IT stocks are reacting to Donald Trump's latest move.
Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for giving us all the updates on how this big decision by Donald Trump could impact the IT stocks and the tech sector in India. Of course, more updates coming to light from the business world. Over to you for the continuation.
Right, Ishita. In yet another exclusive interaction, a top official currently employed by SpiceJet has confirmed to Republic Business that the salaries of the SpiceJet employees remain unpaid since 2026. Further, the employee told us that their 90% of the full and final settlements are due since the past 3 to 4 years. Addressing the major concerns of the employees, he noted that unpaid salaries is the biggest hurdle. Meanwhile, gratuity, PF, GST. While Ajay Singh has been giving assurances that SpiceJet is looking to raise funds, employees remain stranded by the airline looking at its doomsday. Notably, the final bankruptcy hearing on SpiceJet is likely to begin from September 16th. In the last hearing, the airline indicated that it would pay off certain aircraft, lessors. However, no such intent has been shown from the aircraft lessors. Listen in to our interview of a present-day SpiceJet employee who is voicing the pain, the anguish of thousands of his fellow employees.
Sir, I just wanted to know, sir, there are so many people, employees who are obviously off the record. They're so concerned because of this. Their salaries have not been paid since May 2026 is the claim that they're giving. So, sir, as a current employee, is this correct? Because so many of them are claiming, cabin crew and other people also, I think engineers as well, pilots. So,
correct. Absolutely.
Right, sir.
They are going through a major bond
right.
or monetary issue.
Ex-employee saying that, sir, since, and we have proof for it.
Settlement not done. Whenever there is some exclusive pressure on them,
right.
political pressure or some legal pressure,
right.
But 99% full and final settlements are due. 3 to 4 years they haven't. The company has not settled full and final.
The company has not.
Settlement might happen, but no, 90%.
90% it's not. It's still unsettled. So there must be a lot of panic among employees. I mean, you plan your EMIs accordingly, and.
See, I tell you one thing. Jobs are not readily available in India market. And that is the reason why not only SpiceJet, the employees' interests are not being protected by the government. In my opinion, working for 35 years, I can tell you that.
As of date, what are the major concerns of the present employees working? You're one of them. So what are the major concerns that you think should be brought to the fore? Because your entire thing is that it's not being highlighted enough.
Salary.
Right, sir.
And at the same time, if it's a transport company, right? It's airlines.
Right, sir.
Airline means you are in such an industry which has a lot of implications. Now, the AGCA, knowing that the airline is really under so much of financial pressure,
right, sir.
Is this airline not cutting cost in terms of maintenance of the aircraft?
Exactly.
How are the aircraft being maintained when this company is not paying the basic thing, which is salary, gratuity, PF, GST?
Right, sir.
How you are maintaining your aircraft? And remember, each aircraft having 189 seats, 189 passengers and their life. The nation is at risk.
This was you hearing to the SpiceJet employee. Now going back to Ishita.
All right, thanks, Aishwarya, for joining us and getting us the latest from the world of business. With that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, NSA Ajit Doval on 2-day visit to China meets a Chinese vice president, talks on border peace and LAC on the agenda.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifeline.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story today is that the Pakistani brokered US and Iran talks have failed again, because what else can you expect from a failed field marshal? We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders probe after anti-national slogans, graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. And this is big win for Republic. Bengal CM Suvendu orders all fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. We spoke exclusively to BJP MLA B Suresh Gowda, who says, "I am sorry." Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in Sunera jail in Rohtak, and he gets another furlough. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with top focus story. That is the Pakistan's latest effort to mediate between Iran and the United States has suffered another setback, with Iran rejecting a US proposal conveyed during Army Chief Failed Field Marshal Asim Muni's visit to Iran. Now, Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has reportedly stressed that Washington must first fulfill its commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding before negotiations can resume. Now, the development means Muni's Tehran visit has failed to restart, as usual, the stalled Iran-US dialogue, dealing another blow to Pakistan's mediation efforts in Pakistani drama. The rejection also highlights the deep mistrust between Tehran and Washington, with Iran seeking concrete guarantees and implementation of previous commitments before considering any fresh talks. All right, let's go across to Major General K.K. Sinha, who's joining us on the phone line for a comment on the recent developments. Nothing new, Major General K.K. Sinha. it's as usual, and what else can you expect from Pakistan? But it also needs to be highlighted that Donald Trump is adamant on including the Pakistani failed field marshal, that is Asim Munir, for having talks with Iran, and they have failed not once, not twice, but many a times, and they have failed once again.
Good afternoon, and absolutely, you are right. A failed marshal will be always a failed. He has failed in the battlefield. He has failed as a special envoy of Trump, to whom he says that, the field marshal is the most, he is the favorite field marshal of Trump. He is a total rejection of Trump's back peace deal conveyed, to via him to Tehran. And they have also rejected, that restarting, negotiations. They say the MU is there, 14 points are there. This has been signed by Donald Trump himself. So they should abide with the provisions, what is given into the MOU. One thing was coming very clear that, they have promised about $300 billion reconstruction cost, what they carried out the damage. I think, they were saying, and state of Hormuz, as for them, is open. But under the conditions, what has been laid down by Iran. So there is nothing like that, the state of Hormuz is closed. They are saying that as per our terms and conditions. So there are single digit, these shipment is being passing through, but under the terms and condition and control of Iran. So it is very loud and clear. They have also, conveyed through him that coercion and bullying is just can't, is accepted from, and Iran will go the way they have conceived the thing, and they are doing it. So there is no talk. There is no peace deal. There is no starting of negotiation. It is as per the MU, abide with that, and you carry on. And the state of Hormuz is open under the terms and conditions of Iran. This is what has been conveyed.
All right, thanks a lot, Major General K.K. Sinha, for your comment and in-depth analysis on what's unfolding. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we're getting right now. This is the Madras High Court, which has imposed a cost of rupees 50,000 each on Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay and Minister Adava Arjun after their council failed to file the required pleas or applications seeking rejection of election petitions challenging their victories. Now, the petitions relate to the Villivakkam and Perambur assembly constituencies, where Vijay and Adav Arjuna were declared winners. Now, the court directed their side to file the necessary responses and warned that a failure to comply by Thursday would invite a cost, that is a fine of rupees 50,000 on each respondent, irrespective of their position. This needs to be highlighted. Now, the development comes as the court continues to hear the election-related challenges against the victories of the two TVK leaders. So this goes against Adav Arjuna and also CM Vijay. All right, let's go across to Sharda for all the updates in the story. Sharda, we're getting to know that the court has imposed a fine of rupees 50,000 rupees on both CM Vijay and Adav Arjuna. And there was a prior warning also given by the court. If you can put that into perspective and share what exactly happened and what's the story about.
Well, Shivam, 2 months back, the DMK constituency MLAs from the constituency of Villivakkam, which is Mohan, and also from the Perambur constituency, RDS, had filed a case in the Madras High Court saying that they cannot believe that both Chief Minister Vijay from the Perambur constituency and Minister Adav Arjuna from the TVK has won from the constituency of Villivakkam and asked for a recounting of votes in these two particular constituencies, and for which both the Chief Minister and Adav Arjuna's side has still not responded to the court's allegations and the papers that's been given by the DMK to the Madras High Court, for which a plea was asked by the court as well. So now today the judge reminded that both the parties, including the Chief Minister and the Minister, will be imposed a fine of rupees 50,000 if the reply is not done before Thursday, asking for a clear answer from both the Chief Minister and the Minister of Public Works Department to respond to the allegation that was made against them for the case that was filed against them by the DMK leaders Kartik Mohan and RDS. So now the answer lies within the TVK Ministry of Adav Arjuna and Vijay. If they respond to the court before Thursday, the fine will not be imposed. If not, the court will impose a fine on both of them for not replying to the court proceedings.
All right, stay with us, Sharda. We have another big breaking news development that is coming in, and it also relates to DMK versus TVK. Now, a fresh political confrontation has erupted in Tamil Nadu over the proposed Parandur Greenfield International Airport, with the DMK and TVK creating sharp allegations inside the assembly. Now, the DMK has criticized the TVK government and Chief Minister Vijay over the decision to scrap the project, that is the Parandur Airport project, alleging that the move to appease farmers could undermine Tamil Nadu's industrial growth and development plans. Now, TVK, however, hits back by questioning the DMK's strong support for the Parandur project and raising allegations over whether close associates of DMK leaders had acquired land in the surrounding area. So this is serious, ladies and gentlemen. Now, TVK Industries Minister Kyathanahalli claimed that TVK we will build second airport, but they will first look at the expansion of the existing airport that will get more business and industrial development. All right, let's go across to Sharda for all the developments in the story. Sharda, because we know how this plan was cancelled and the argument given by the TVK that yes, we are going to build more runways, more tarmacs when it comes to the Chennai airport, and this plan needs to be scrapped. But the allegations are very serious, or are they baseless, or they have some solid ground? Because TVK is questioning whether there are DMK ministers involved who have owned lands also. What's the ruckus? What kind of chaos was seen today in the assembly?
Well, if you remember, under Rule 110 yesterday, the Chief Minister Vijay had announced that the Parandur Airport plan, which was introduced by the DMK, will be scrapped. While Parandur has been in talks for almost the last 15 years by both the DMK and the AIADMK, it was only in the last 5 years the DMK sought approval from all the officials, including the Airport Authority of India and also the centre from the Ministry of Aviation to build the Parandur Airport, whereas now the TVK government, the current ruling government, has decided to scrap the project, saying that 1,500 water bodies, 1,000 families will be displaced, and also the number of farmers will be distracted because of the agricultural land there, has decided to scrap the entire Parandur project. So today in the assembly, both the DMK and the TVK had serious conversations, debate to be in specific, that the Parandur airport cancellation is not agreeable by the DMK. Yesterday, former Minister Thangam Tennarasu and TRB Raja, the former industries ministries from the DMK, pointed out that multiple industrial development for the state of Tamil Nadu has been scrapped, and that Chennai alone cannot be benefited with the expansion of the Terminal 3 and Terminal 5, and that a new airport, a bigger commercial airport, is required for the state of Tamil Nadu. So now, with the Parandur project being cancelled, the TVK questions the DMK, why are they so invested in the area of Parandur? Is it because the land is being purchased by a particular company which is closer to the DMK? And now the DMK questions the TVK as to why would the Parandur project be cancelled, and a new development has been looking for in a new area where the current ruling government wants, because the DMK points out that it is not just a political fight but an industrial growth being stopped by the ruling TVK, and also pointed out that in the past multiple times that Tamil Nadu has lost with Andhra in the industrial sector, and that to develop it, Parandur airport is important, for which TVK Minister Kyathanahalli did explain that the DMK failed to develop the Chennai airport in the last 5 years, and that bringing in a new airport will take more time than that was estimated.
Yeah, Sharda. Sharda, stay with us, because we have many developments coming in from Tamil Nadu. Yet another case of DMK versus TVK, and a sharp political exchange over the Muslim community erupted in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, with TVK MLAs, that is Mustafa, accusing the DMK of having in the past labelled his party Tamil Nadu Muslim League as terrorist. Now they say that we are being called terrorists by the DMK. The TVK legislatures said that the community had not forgotten such remarks and questioned the DMK claims of being a champion of minority rights. Responding to the allegations, the DMK whip E.V. Vellu defended the party, saying that the DMK had consistently fought for the rights and safety of minorities, particularly Muslims. Now, he also pointed to the party's alliance with Muslim leaders such as Tamimum Ansari as evidence that the DMK has worked to safeguard the interests of the community. The exchange added another flashpoint to the ongoing political sparring between the DMK and TVK inside the assembly. Now, let's go across to Sharda once again. Sharda, It was the chaos, the showdown between the DMK and the TVK. It's coming from the TVK MLAs, one from Tahira, who says that today I'm not saying, but DMK government, that is DMK people, told that we Muslims are terrorists. So it was quite serious in the assembly today. What kind of arguments and counter-arguments were given by both the sides, Sharda?
Well, Shivam, let me first put out that the Speaker has expunged the word terrorist used by the TVK MLAs Tahira and Mustafa in the Assembly today. So the word terrorist will be removed from the speech that was made by the TVK MLAs. The initial conversation started with the Madurai Central MLA, Mustafa, pointing out that the DMK in the past had particularly targeted his religion and have called them out as extremists as well in that case, and provided proof to the Speaker that in the past that the DMK leaders have pointed to his political party, which was called the Tamil Nadu Muslim League in 1999, was called and referred to as extremist by the DMK. Whereas the DMK allied parties, which are now supporting the DMK, saying that the DMK in the recent past have been helping the minorities and safeguarding the rights of the Muslims against the centre's ideologies, as well as the other implementations that are being made in the centre. So now the fight was between the TVK, two MLAs, Tahira and Mustafa, along with the DMK, pointing out that the DMK in the past did speak bad about the minority, and that now with the minority appeasement ideology that the DMK had won votes, but in the past they did call them extremists. So now the Speaker has put this conversation on hold for a detailed talk later after the assembly sessions are over, and also pointed out that this particular part where the word terrorist is used will be expunged from the state assembly. But what we have to notice here is DMK, which always shows them as a minority appeasement party, a party that stands up for the rights of the Muslims, now in the past has also made claims against one particular religion, one particular political party that was based on that religion as well, Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Sharda. Thanks a lot. Keep a track of all the developments. Many updates coming in from the assembly. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to the top story that we are tracking. A major H-1B visa shock for skilled foreign workers, and especially for Indian professionals. The Trump administration has proposed an additional $103,265 fee on the H-1B application, subject to the annual cap. Now, the move comes after a previous $100,000, that is $1 lakh H-1B fee, was struck down by a US court. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance has now made the administration's position clear. American companies that need workers should hire and train Americans first. Watch this report.
A fresh H-1B shock from the Trump administration. $103,265. That's the additional fees the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has proposed for the H-1B cap subject petitions. This isn't just for the applicants coming from abroad. The proposed fee would apply to all H-1B petitions subject to the annual cap, including applications eligible under the U.S. master's degree exemption. The H-1B program allows American employers to hire foreign workers in specialized occupations, particularly across technology, engineering, research, and other highly skilled sectors. Under the congressional cap, the United States currently allows 65,000 H-1B visas every year under the regular quota, with another 20,000 slots reserved for foreign workers holding a master's degree or higher education from the U.S. institutions. That means the proposed fee would potentially apply across the 85,000 visa cap subject pool, and the financial impact could be enormous. Department of Homeland Security estimates the proposed fee could generate approximately $8.8 billion annually. This is based on the 85,000 cap subject petitions. But there is an important distinction. This is a proposed additional fee, not a final rule, which brings the spotlight firmly onto India. Because when it comes to H-1B visa program, India is by far the largest beneficiary. USCIS data shows that in fiscal year 2024, Indian nationals accounted for 283,755 approved H-1B petitions, which is around 71% of all approved H-1B petitions. China was a distant second with about 11.7%. The Trump administration says the objective is not to shut the doors on foreign talent. It says the objective is to make American employers think twice before replacing or bypassing American workers. And hence, Vice President J.D. Vance has now delivered that message in an unmistakable term. But for American technology companies and other employers, it depends on global talent and means a dramatic increase in the cost of recruitment. For India, the stakes are particularly high. Indian professionals dominate the H-1B program. Now, this proposed $1,03,265 fees has put the future of the H-1B program firmly back on the center of the US-India talent debate.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break now, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, NSA Ajit Doval is on a two-day visit to China, meets Chinese Vice President, talks scheduled with his Chinese counterpart, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and 3,488 kilometers line of actual control in focus.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now let's go across to a big story that we are tracking. 3 teenagers were killed and 6 children wounded when drone debris hit a private children's center in Russia's Krasnodar. Now, with a nearby apartment building also damaged and 4 residents injured, according to local officials. Now, Russia's defense ministry claimed that its air defenses destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight across multiple regions, while Ukraine reported Russian missile and drone strikes on Odisha and a drone attack on Chernihiv that injured 15 people, including 2 children. Independent verification of the claims was not possible. Watch this report.
Three teenagers are dead and 6 other children are injured after a drone attack hit Russia's southern city of Krasnodar. Russian authorities say drone debris fell on a private children's center with children among those caught in the attack. 5-story apartment building was also damaged, injuring 4 residents. The Russian Defense Ministry claims its air defenses intercepted and destroyed 351 Ukrainian drones overnight. Meanwhile, Ukraine's southern Odessa region also came under a large-scale Russian missile and drone attack. Ukrainian authorities say food and storage facilities as well as energy infrastructure were among the targets. In northern Ukraine, 15 people were reported injured in a Russian drone strike on Chernihiv. With both sides reporting fresh attacks, the drone war continues to take a deadly toll on civilian lives.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you coming up after the break. Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in Sunera jail in Rohtak and serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in the Dera Sacha Sauda rape cases, has been granted 21 days of furlough.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हीरे के लिए मुझे भरोसा है सिर्फ सेनको गोल्डन डायमंड्स पर, क्योंकि सिर्फ सेनको देता है सर्टिफाइड डायमंड्स, बायबैक फैसिलिटी और 100% एक्सचेंज वैल्यू, साथ में लाइफ टाइम मेंटेनेंस, फ्री इंश्योरेंस। तो अब डायमंड्स खरीदने से पहले सेनको में जरूर आना।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
और मसाला।
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now, a shocking video has surfaced from Ramgarh in Jharkhand. JMM District President Vinod Kisku was seen threatening students with violence after they burnt an effigy. Now, the JMM leader was also accused of assaulting students the following day. Here's a quick report.
In a disturbing incident from Jharkhand, a video has gone viral showing JMM District President Vinod Kisku issuing open threats of violence against students. The confrontation began after the students announced a program to burn an effigy of the CM Hemant Soren. In the clip, Kisku is heard threatening the students, saying he would tear them apart. According to reports, the JMM leader did not stop at verbal threats. The very next day, he was allegedly seen assaulting the students, further escalating the situation. The video has triggered strong reactions, with many calling the behavior unruly and accusing him of acting like a goon. Opposition leaders and local residents have condemned the intimidation and demanded strict action against the individual. Authorities are yet to issue an official statement on the incident.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, West Bengal CM Shubhendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders probe after anti-national slogans graffiti emerge in Jadavpur University.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the US Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary music, Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV. With that, let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders probe after anti-national slogans like graffiti emerge at Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic Bangla as CM Suvendu Adhikari withdraws all 31 false cases, declares that Republic was the worst sufferer of political vendetta. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in a Suneria jail, now out for the 17th time on 21 days furlough. ED flags funds without FCRA registration, about over 2 crore foreign funds under ED scanner in Rajasthan. NSAG Doval on 2-day visit to China meets a vice president, talks with his Chinese counterpart scheduled, border peace in focus. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, Enforcement Directorate has probed a Rajasthan-based Protestant pastor, and this is for allegedly receiving over 2 crore rupees in foreign funding without FCRA registration, again highlighting why India needs FCRA. Now, which it claims were used for proselytization and conversion activities among the most vulnerable, the SC and ST communities. So acting on intelligent inputs, the ED has now searched the premises of Pastor Ravi Mohan Paharia of Hope Ministry and his wife Gunjan Sharma, alleging that they received a total of about 2.88 crore rupees in donations, primarily coming from a US-based donor, Thomas E. Lynch, who's the founder and president of the South Carolina non-profit Give Back to Humanity Incorporation. Now, the agency said that Paharia remained in regular contact with foreign nationals and organized religious gatherings, targeting even underprivileged and tribal groups in Jaipur and southern Rajasthan on their instructions. One such project which has in fact come under scrutiny is Children of Hope School. It's also called as Niranjan Vidya Mandir. It's located in Jaipur, and this is where Pahadia even serves as a principal. So this school has come under scanner for it's also being used to push forward religious agenda. All right, my colleague Rahul also joining us with more details on this. Rahul, it's a big conversion racket that's now been busted, and ED is right now looking at this financial trail which is traced back to this pastor in Rajasthan. Give us more details about this pastor. What do we know about him and the kind of activities that he was involved in?
बिल्कुल देखिए, ये पूरा मामला शुक्रवार का है, जब शुक्रवार को राजस्थान की राजधानी जयपुर में दो ऐसे परिसर थे जहां पर ईडी ने छापेमारी की और रवि मोहन पहाड़िया को कहीं ना कहीं बताया ये गया है कि विदेशी फंड के तौर पर इस पर कथित आरोप लगाए गए थे, जिन पर ये पूरा मामला दर्ज किया गया है। और ये भी निकल कर आया कि लगभग 2 करोड़ रुपए की लगभग की राशि थी, जहां पर इसके ऊपर तमाम प्रकार के आरोप लगाए गए थे। सबसे बड़ी बात ये निकल कर आई कि गरीब और जो बेसहारे लोग हैं उन्हें कंटिन्यूसली ये लालच देकर कहीं ना कहीं पादरी इसका नाम था, तो ये लगातार कंटिन्यूसली उन्हें बरगलाने की कोशिश कर रहा था। और जयपुर में एससी वाल्मीकि और दक्षिण राजस्थान के आदिवासी बाहुल्य इलाके से कंटिन्यूसली धर्मांतरण और धार्मिक गतिविधियों के लिए लगातार कंटिन्यूसली काम कर रहा था। तो ऐसे में राजधानी जयपुर में ये कार्रवाई की गई है। और हमने राजस्थान में पहले भी देखा है, उदयपुर की अगर बात की जाए तो उदयपुर के तमाम ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां पर कंटिन्यूसली जो पादरी है वो कंटिन्यूसली इस तरह का काम करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। पहले भी 11 की गिरफ्तारी उदयपुर से हुई थी और अब बड़ा नाम जयपुर से रवि मोहन पहाड़िया का निकल कर आ रहा है, जिस पर ये पूरे आरोप लगाए गए हैं। फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मैनेजमेंट एक्ट के तहत ये पूरा जो कार्रवाई है वो की गई है। आप देखना होगा कि आने वाले दिनों में इसमें क्या कुछ निकल कर आता है। लगभग 2.20 ऐसी करोड़ की रकम है जो इसके पास से मिली है, जो विदेश से आई थी और यहाँ पर धार्मिक गतिविधियों में लिप्त होने की बात निकल कर आ रही है, जिसमें कन्वर्जन का बड़ा मामला निकल कर आ रहा है। एसटी एससी के साथ ही वाल्मीकि समाज के तमाम ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्हें कन्वर्जन के लिए कहीं ना कहीं बरगलाने की कोशिश की ओर से की गई है, ऐसा निकल कर फिलहाल आ रहा है। जी,
and I think that's the most concerning part out of this entire episode which has come to light. It is the most vulnerable, the SC and the ST community, which has now been targeted in this conversion racket. Thanks so much, Rahul, for joining us and getting us the latest. And now we are shifting focus. The Chief Minister Suvedu Adhikari has now asked Jadavpur University officials to conduct an inquiry into the kind of objectionable and anti-national wall graffiti and drawings inside the hostel premises. In a post shared on X, the Chief Minister shared a video of the graffiti and asserted that campus premises must not be used as platforms for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. The Chief Minister's office has now received concerning videos and photographic representations through CM's grievance cell. Suvedu Adhikari also said that educational institutions are sacred spaces of learning, academic excellence and nation building, and under no circumstances would campus premises be permitted to be used for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. This also comes in as on August 19th and 20th, several clashes were reported between the activists of SFI and ABVP. So, in the light of those tensions and the kind of graffiti which has come to light from inside the campus, Suvedu Adhikari has now drawn the red line, going for a nationalist push at Jadavpur University. In fact, we also have a ground report filed by my colleague Indrashish from inside the campus. Let's take a look.
Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Suvedu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action. Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action.
All right, here's now shifting focus. A major H-1B visa shock for skilled foreign workers and especially for Indian professionals. The Trump administration has now proposed an additional $100,000 fee hike on H-1B visa application, and this is subject to the annual cap. Now, the move comes after a previous $100,000 order on H-1B visa was struck down by a U.S. court. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance has also made the administration's position very clear on this. He asserted American companies that need workers should hire and train Americans first. Now, India stands to be among the countries most affected, with Indian nationals accounting for about 71% of H-1B visa beneficiaries. Here's the report. Take a look.
A fresh H-1B shock from the Trump administration. $1,03,265. That's the additional fees the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has proposed for the H-1B cap subject petitions. This isn't just for the applicants coming from abroad. The proposed fee would apply to all H-1B petitions subject to the annual cap, including applications eligible under the U.S. master's degree exemption. The H-1B program allows American employers to hire foreign workers in specialized occupations, particularly across technology, engineering, research, and other highly skilled sectors. Under the congressional cap, the United States currently allows 65,000 H-1B visas every year under the regular quota, with another 20,000 slots reserved for foreign workers holding a master's degree or higher education from the U.S. institutions. That means the proposed fee would potentially apply across the 85,000 visa cap subject pool, and the financial impact could be enormous. Department of Homeland Security estimates the proposed fee could generate approximately $8.8 billion annually. This is based on the 85,000 cap subject petitions. But there is an important distinction. This is a proposed additional fee, not a final rule, which brings the spotlight firmly onto India. Because when it comes to H-1B visa program, India is by far the largest beneficiary. USCIS data shows that in fiscal year 2024, Indian nationals accounted for 283,755 approved H-1B petitions, which is around 71% of all approved H-1B petitions. China was a distant second, with about 11.7%. The Trump administration says the objective is not to shut the doors on foreign talent. It says the objective is to make American employers think twice before replacing or bypassing American workers. And hence, Vice President J.D. Vance has now delivered that message in an unmistakable term. But for American technology companies and other employers, it depends on global talent and means a dramatic increase in the cost of recruitment. For India, the stakes are particularly high. Indian professionals dominate the H-1B program. Now, this proposed $1,03,265 fees has put the future of the H-1B program firmly back on the center of the US-India talent debate.
All right, here's now External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met Russian President Vladimir Putin at Kremlin. Now, during the exchange, the president made clear that Moscow was prepared to increase supplies to meet New Delhi's agricultural requirements. They both highlighted the expanding India-Russia partnership and growing cooperation across the key sectors, including trade, energy and fertilizers. Jaishankar also conveyed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's greetings to Putin and handed over a personal message from the Indian leader during the meeting. Here's a look at how this bilateral interaction unfolded between the two leaders.
Ваш визит сегодняшний подчеркивает тот уровень отношений, который давно на протяжении десятилетий сложился между Россией и Индией. Мы работу продолжаем практически по всем направлениям, имеется в виду и правительственный уровень, и межпарламентские связи по линии участников экономической деятельности. Мне приятно отметить, что в этом году у нас подрос товарооборот. Если в прошлом году он немножко снизился, то в этом году подрастает. И это в том числе, а может быть прежде всего, заслуга господина премьер-министра, который уделяет развитию российско-индийских отношений личное пристальное внимание. И в начале нашей беседы хотел бы попросить вас передать господину Моди самые наилучшие пожелания. Надеюсь увидеться с ним в ближайшее время, как мы и планировали в рамках работы Шанхайской организации сотрудничества в ближайшее время. Ну и у нас график такой, что мы сможем, наверное, и еще раз увидеться в этом году. Мы очень рады вас видеть, уважаемый господин министр. Я знаю, что вы со своим российским коллегой господином Мантуровым, который возглавляет российскую часть межправкомиссии, уже поработали как следует, наверняка обсудили наиболее важные вопросы. Их много. Один из этих вопросов, и это не только энергоносители, один из этих вопросов, конечно, это поставка удобрений. Мы делаем все для того, чтобы закрыть этот вопрос для индийских фермеров, для сельского хозяйства. Наращиваем эти поставки и готовы это делать дальше. Ну и все другие вопросы, связанные с атомной энергетикой, с сотрудничеством в высокотехнологичных сферах, в других областях, они все в повестке дня и все достаточно уверенно продвигаются. Добро пожаловать, господин министр.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me first of all begin by conveying the good wishes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you.
Excellency, he has given me a personal communication, which I would like to hand over to you. We have this morning had a meeting of the Intergovernmental Commission. I think overall we have a good report to give to you. I think our economic cooperation, trade, energy, fertilizers, nuclear, other dimensions as well. I'd be pleased to speak about it in detail, but overall I think our economic cooperation has grown very significantly. Prime Minister Modi looks forward to meeting you at the SCO summit, then welcoming you in India for the BRICS summit, and in due course, as per your mutual convenience, having the annual summit. So we have, Excellency, I think a very strong picture of cooperation to present, and I again thank you very much for the.
All right, here's now a rape convict and Dera Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim, who's currently lodged in Rohtak's Sunaria jail and serving two separate 10-year sentences in high-profile rape cases, has once again walked out on a 21-day furlough, marking his 17th release from prison since he was convicted. having already been granted a temporary freedom 16 times earlier, viewers, and previously even dispatched to Barnawa Ashram in Baghpat, Uttar Pradesh. The convicted rapist will this time return directly to his Sirsa Dera headquarters for a third consecutive stay, underscoring the repeated leniency that continues to define his incarceration. So it is a mockery of justice, essentially, which we can call this. 17 times a rape convict has now been released. Either it's on furlough or sometime it's on a parole as well. Right now we're showing you on different days he's been given parole. Sometime it goes for 30 days, 40 days, and this time he's now been released for the 17th time. An entire mockery of justice, viewers, as he's now out on 21 days furlough again. Now, take a listen to what the victim's son has said after Ram Rahim got this 17th furlough.
देखिए, पैरोल और फरलो का जो सवाल हर बार आता है, मेरे सामने आता है, तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि ये सवाल मेरी बजाय बेहतर होगा कि ये सरकारी तंत्र से, सरकारी सिस्टम से किया जाए। मीडिया पूछे जा कर के, सूबे के मुखिया से पूछे, उस सरकारी सिस्टम से पूछे जिसके मुंह पर हर बार तमाचा मारा जाता है गुरमीत राम रहीम द्वारा, जो एक आदतन अपराधी मैं कहूँगा, जिसने जो रेप के मामलों में, जिसके खिलाफ मर्डर के जो मामले अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में विचाराधीन हैं, और जो साधुओं को नपुंसक बनाए जाने का मामला सीबीआई की अदालत में विचाराधीन है, अगर ऐसा व्यक्ति भी जो है वो बार बार पैरोल और फरलो का हकदार है, जो कि हैबिचुअल ऑफेंडर है, जिसने कई ऑफेंस किए हैं, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारे सिस्टम के लिए बड़ा मजाक है और शर्म की बात है। क्यों जो रेप का मामला है जिसमें गुरमीत राम रहीम सज़ा काट रहा है, उससे पहले जो मर्डर के जो मामले थे जिनमें एक भी दिन की कस्टडी नहीं थी गुरमीत राम रहीम की, उन मामलों को इतना अर्ली हियरिंग की एप्लीकेशंस लगा करके लिस्टेड किया गया और फटाफट अपील सुन करके और उनको निपटा दिया गया। जबकि रेप के मामले में उसके बिल्कुल उल्ट है। रेप के मामले में गुरमीत राम रहीम द्वारा भी अपील की सुनवाई की जल्दबाजी नहीं है, अदालत में सस्पेंशन ऑफ सेंटेंस की जल्दबाजी है कि हमारी सेंटेंस सस्पेंड कर दीजिए, और पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट में सस्पेंशन ऑफ सेंटेंस की याचिका जो है वो विचाराधीन है और हाई कोर्ट उसे सुन भी रहा है।
All right, in fact, so this is the reaction coming in from the victim's son also, who is calling the entire episode as a mockery of justice. We now see this man who's been convicted for raping 2 women disciples, but he's been out 17 times since he was convicted in the year 2017. The case has been dragging on for about a decade. 2020, I think, is when the conviction came in. And since then, the man has been out on either parole or furlough for 17 times. 17 times it is the justice which has been hampered in this case. And as the victim's son also called it, that, you know, it is about time that questions will be asked from judiciary as well, that why is this a rape convict continuously given these temporary releases? For the 17th time, he's now been given 21 days furlough. Remember, it first happened, it happened on 28 January, April 9th, August 5th, and has also now been continuing. In fact, my colleague Lalit also joining us with more details on this. Lalit, you know, it is absolute mockery of justice is what we're looking at. The man who's been convicted for raping 2 women disciples, he's not an accused, he's a convict, and still he's been freed 17 times, again given 21 days furlough today.
Hello?
Right, Lalit, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
If you talk about this furlough which has been given to Dera Sacha Sauda convict Ram Rahim, this time it for the 17th time, the furlough has been given by the jail authority. And if you talk about in the month of June also, he got a parole, and this is for the 17th time that the convict has been given this furlough. Apart from that, if you talk about in 2017, CBI has convicted him for the rape victim of the 2 disciples, in which he has got the sentence for 10 years separately. So after completing the one sentence, then the second sentence would be started. But if we talk about the way he has been given the furlough this time, it's not for the first time. As from the past 6 to 7 years after he has been convicted in this rape case, this is for the 17th time that the Ram Rahim, the Dera Sacha Sauda, has been given this furlough. Now, on this whole issue, a lot of criticism of the state government of Haryana has been done. If you talk about the opposition, especially the SGPC or the Congress party from the Punjab, have raised very serious questions about his from the temporary release from the jail in which
right.
he
In
has
fact,
got
thanks Lalit for joining us. We're getting some more breaking news at this hour now. Rapist Tarun Tejwal's plea has been rejected by the top court. The top court has now, in fact, asked him to surrender within 2 weeks. The top court has now rejected rapist Tarun Tejwal's plea seeking exemption from surrender. This comes in as he was declared a convict in 2013 rape case, and now, in fact, we're looking at a big order coming in this case. Our Supreme Court has now rejected rapist Tarun Tejwal's plea seeking exemption from surrender. In fact, he's now been asked to surrender within the coming 2 weeks. So this comes in as the court has now directed Tejwal to surrender within 2 weeks following his conviction by Bombay High Court Goa bench. So big verdict by the top court in Tarun Tejwal sexual assault case, as the rapist Tarun Tejwal, who is the former editor of Tehrika magazine, has now been asked to surrender within the next 2 weeks. So big order coming in from the top court in this. In fact, we'll try and get you more details as it was, we understand that court proceedings, it was a Kapil Sibal who was arguing for Tarun Tejwal in the Supreme Court, and while court was hearing his plea, it has directed him to surrender within the next 2 weeks. We'll try to get more details on how exactly the proceedings went. The court had asked how much time do you need to surrender, while Sibal, who was arguing for Tarun Tejwal, had said 2 weeks. And the order came in that the appellant shall surrender within a period of 2 weeks and file his surrender certificate. So that's the period that's now been given to rapist Tarun Tejwal to surrender and to file his certificate in the court. 2 weeks' time has now been given by the top court. It was Kapil Sibal who was arguing on the behalf of rapist Tarun Tejwal in the court. And now the court has said when you can file a surrender certificate, we'll fix a date. In fact, that's the big verdict coming in right now. In fact, our legal editor, Rhythm Bhadwaj, also joining us with more details on this. Rhythm, big order coming in from the top court as rapist Tarun Tejwal has now been asked to surrender within the next 2 weeks. So what are you fetching, the more details coming in on this?
News coming in, and this is a blow for Tarun Tejwal. He has to surrender within 2 weeks, and he also has to file a surrender certificate for the court to hear his appeal on merits. Remember, Tarun Tejwal had challenged the Bombay High Court order that had given him a 10-year sentence for rape in the 2013 case. As we have been telling you at Republic TV, we have been closely monitoring the case since 2013. This matter was heard by Justice Aradhe, and Senior Advocate Sibal appeared for Tejwal, who's been appearing for him from quite some time now. He's been advising him earlier. He tried to tell the court he did not surrender for his appeal to be heard, as he was granted 4 weeks' time to surrender. But this is a big, big blow for Tarun Tejwal coming, because the court has rejected this now, which now means that he will have to surrender within 2 weeks to hear appeal against his conviction. Now, also, I want to tell you, there was a Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, the country's top law officer, present in the courtroom, and he argued against Tarun Tejwal. He argued that Tejwal's appeal cannot be heard unless he has surrendered or has obtained an application seeking exemption from surrender. Viewers, let's tell you, this becomes so serious because the Goa government moved the Supreme Court even before Tarun Tejwal's application, saying the 10-year sentence given to him in the rape case by the Bombay High Court was not enough. That sentence needed to be the maximum punishment for rape. So today also the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, appeared for the state of Goa, and he argued that unless he has surrendered or has obtained an application, therefore this appeal of Tarun Tejpal will not be heard. Remember, the Bombay High Court bench comprising of Justice Neela Gokhale on 6th of August this month had overturned Tarun Tejpal's acquittal by the trial court. And this is also important to understand. They noted that even though the incident took place 13 years ago, there was no report of they've said that they declined there was this big assault which happened in 2013. The case arose from the allegation that Tejpal had sexually assaulted his junior colleague inside the elevator at the luxury hotel in Goa during the event organized by him in 2013. The Goa Sessions Court acquitted him in 2021, following which the state challenged the acquittal before the Bombay High Court. We've been seeing the country's top law officer, Tushar Mehta, appear for Tarun Tejpal. And meanwhile, as I'm speaking, I want to also go across to Sarthak, who's joining us live, as I'm going to try and get a live on the story. Sarthak, give us more details.
Right, in fact, viewers, that is the breaking news that we're getting on Republic TV at this hour, that Tarun Tejpal's plea in the top court is seeking exemption from surrender has now been rejected. It was Kapil Sibal which was arguing on behalf of rapist Tarun Tejpal. He said respondent Tarun Tejpal here is a senior citizen with a family and 2 daughters and no report of any misconduct. So that was a defense provided, which has now been rejected by the top court, and a big setback for the rapist in this case, who has now been sentenced for 10 years by the Bombay High Court in sexual assault case. And now we understand that he has been asked to surrender within the next 2 weeks by the top court. So that's the big breaking news that we're covering on Republic TV at this hour. In fact, our legal editor, Rhythm Bharadwaj, continues to stay with me on this as well. Rhythm, if you could take our viewers through the details of this legal proceedings. We understand that it was Kapil Sibal who was arguing on behalf of rapist Tejpal. So if you could get us more details on this.
Yes. So whatever the arguments, I think the one thing we need to put forward is this is a big blow for Tarun Tejpal. I've also sent a picture about what happened inside the courtroom and how they were all sitting. On the one side, we have seen Tarun Tejpal there. He argued for the court has directed Tarun Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks following his conviction, which means Tarun Tejpal will now have to face the law. He will have to surrender. He will have to be in prison no matter what he's tried to do in this case. I also want to tell our viewers that the Goa government had moved the Supreme Court and stated the maximum punishment has to be given to Tarun Tejpal. They had in fact stated, remember, no means more. The Goa government had said 10 years is not enough. They wanted tougher punishment for him. They said 10 years is grossly disproportionate. The Goa government said he was in a position of dominance, control, trust and authority. I want to go across to Sarthak, who's joining us live. Sarthak, give us what happened in the courtroom today.
Well, Rhythm, a plea was filed in the Supreme Court by Tarun Tejpal. Our senior advocate Kapil Sibal was representing Tarun Tejpal in this particular matter, where he was expecting the court to set aside to exempt him from the 4 weeks period that was given by Bombay High Court to surrender to the police. However, the breaking news that we are getting for our viewers, and it's a big blow for Tarun Tejpal, that the exemption that he was expecting from the Supreme Court has been set aside. It has been completely rejected by the Supreme Court, which means he has to surrender before the police within 2 weeks' time. And for the conviction, the suspension of the conviction that was given by the Bombay High Court, a 10-year imprisonment was declared by the Bombay High Court for Tarun Tejpal. He has filed a plea against that as well. So for that conviction, for the suspension of that conviction, he'll have to fight that case from the jail. He has to surrender within 2 weeks. It was also pointed out on the last date of hearing by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who was representing the Goa government in this case, that there are 2 options for Tarun Tejpal. First, he has to surrender or produce a certificate confirming his surrender, because he was asked to surrender before police within 4 weeks. And the second option was to file an application seeking exemption from this surrender. He did neither of the two. On the contrary, senior advocate Kapil Sibal argued that he is a senior citizen and there was the same sorry arguments that were made during the trial before the Bombay High Court. The same arguments were made by Kapil Sibal. However, the big blow for Tarun Tejpal, Supreme Court has not heard any of those arguments and not taken consideration of any of those arguments. And this time he has been expected to surrender before the police within 2 weeks' time. So the fight against his conviction that was made by the Bombay High Court before the Supreme Court, that plea that he has filed before the Supreme Court, he'll have to fight that conviction from the jail itself. On the other hand, what we know of another plea has been filed by the Goa government where they're expecting to extend the imprisonment, the sentence that has been given by the Bombay High Court, the 10-year sentence that has been declared by the Bombay High Court. What they're expecting is to extend that sentence for life imprisonment, and that is another plea that has been filed in the Supreme Court. So what will happen on the next date of hearing in that particular regard as well, this is something that we're constantly tracking. Rhythm.
Okay, I want to now explain to our viewers the seriousness of this case. In 2013, when this case came and Republic TV had been tracking it, viewers, even back then, we had told our viewers from the very start the murky details that were coming, the character assassination of the victim that had taken place. And I want to explain to our viewers why this becomes so relevant. It is this victim who had told spoken before the trial court in 1,000 pages when she had been cross-examined, the Bombay High Court said, and had clearly stated that she had gone through a character assassination. There were questions raised on her character by the lawyers who were appearing there for Tarun Tejpal. Whether it was the battery of lawyers that came to the trial court in Mapusa, whether it was Tarun Tejpal himself, there was a lot that was said about the victim. Now, this is something very extremely important to understand, viewers, because she faced a lot of insults and humiliation, something that the Goa government had told the Bombay High Court when this case came before them. I have to also tell our viewers the Goa government has vehemently gone against Tarun Tejpal in this case, saying that this case does not give him any right to ask for any mercy plea. What has happened today? The Supreme Court has said Tarun Tejpal has to surrender within 2 weeks, which means Tarun Tejpal will be in prison, which means he will go to jail for the 2013 rape case. He had tried to say a lot of things about the victim before the lower court, but the court had now stated this is not true. Justice Neela Gokhale's bench had given a thumping order in which they clearly pointed out that no means no, and this was rape. This was also clearly shown when on 7th of November the incident took place when he had assaulted the victim in the lift of the Grand Hyatt Hotel where they were staying. He had done this on the pretext of going to Robert De Niro's room. The court also said it's not only stopped on the 7th of November, but also on the 8th of November, the same incident had taken place of sexual assault. A lot of things were said about the victim in 2013 in the trial that started after. He was in prison for 6 months, after which he was released. He was out on bail. There was a lot of mocking that was done. In fact, I'd also like our director. In this case, we had the Goa government, the Advocate General speaking in this case. So all of them had told us about what happened. I also want to tell our viewers that we also have to I want to tell our directors to dial the Goa government lawyers in this case. It was the Advocate General also who had present earlier, and Mr. Tavora who had taken the arguments when he had clearly stated that Tarun Tejpal had tried their best to ensure in this case that he gets away. There was a lot of humiliation and insult that the victim had also gone through.
Right, in fact, so that was our legal editor giving us the details of how heinous the crime was in this case, in the assault which took place in 2013. My colleague Sathak is also with us. Sathak, give us details of what are the kind of arguments that are put forward by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, because he clearly stated it is a case of aggravated rape and therefore it's a 10-year conviction which must be followed. He was very assertive when he was arguing this case.
Well, absolutely, Ishita, as a legal editor, Rhythm clearly pointed out that a 10-year imprisonment was given by the Bombay High Court to Tarun Tejpal in this particular case, and he was given 4 weeks' time to surrender. However, to the utter dismay and surprise of our viewers, he filed a plea in the Supreme Court where he was expecting an exemption to be given by a Supreme Court for this surrender. However, a big shocker for Tarun Tejpal, as the Supreme Court has completely rejected that plea. The arguments that were made by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who was representing the Goa government in this case, that there were two options with Tarun Tejpal. Either he could have surrendered or produced a certificate of surrender. He could have simply done as directed by the Bombay High Court. He could have simply surrendered before the police. Second, he could have filed seeking an exemption from the surrender. However, he did not do that. He simply reached out to Supreme Court, filed a plea in the Supreme Court. He was expecting the Supreme Court to intervene and pass an order for exemption. However, Supreme Court has completely rejected that and has given 2 weeks' time to Tarun Tejpal to surrender. Now, he will be fighting against the sentence that was given by the Bombay High Court in this particular matter, where he was given 10 years of imprisonment. He will be fighting that sentence in the Supreme Court. He has also filed an appeal before the Supreme Court. So he has to do that from the jail. He has to surrender within 2 weeks' time. Another plea has been filed by the Goa government, where they're expecting to extend the sentence altogether, where they're expecting to give life imprisonment to Tarun Tejpal instead of 10 years of imprisonment that was given by Bombay High Court. So these two pleas are still pending before the Supreme Court. But today it was a big blow for Tarun Tejpal. He was completely denied. His plea was completely rejected, and he has to surrender within 2 weeks' time. I also would like to go across to our legal editor, Rhythm, to shed more details on this, because she's been tracking this case from the beginning.
Okay, so I want to tell our viewers what's been happening in this case, and now I'm going to give you the full update about what's happened. The Supreme Court was also told by the Solicitor General of India and Tushar Mehta, this is a case of aggravated rape. This is something they've also written before. When they have made this point before the Supreme Court heard Tarun Tejpal, the Supreme Court heard Kapil Sibal. This was Tarun Tejpal's appeal against the Bombay High Court judgment. The Bombay High Court on 6th of August had reversed his acquittal. They'd sentenced him to 10 years. Against that, the Goa government came to the Supreme Court and said 10 years is not enough. No means no. Kapil Sibal, appearing for Tarun Tejpal, said there is no condition in circumstances the judges should grant exemption. There is no point of sending him for 5 days and then his appeal being heard. The Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, said the High Court had suspended the order. The petitioner was in no more than one capacity, and therefore they said that he does not deserve exception from surrender. I am seeing the Goa government take a very strong stand before the Supreme Court and saying no means no. In this case, aggravated sentence needs to be given. Let me go across to Swapnil, who's also joining us in the phone line. Swapnil, this is so clear that in this case now, the Solicitor General of India saying no means no, and therefore they have to go ahead and they have to ensure that Tarun Tejpal is in prison in this case, Swapnil.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I knew this beforehand, because otherwise, if you're going to dilly-dally as far as the prison imprisonment is concerned, then the High Court order loses its teeth. And, whatever the woman has faced with him, actually behind closed doors, she's facing it in open public, in open court, before the whole world. That, it's more humiliation than anything that, the person who raped her is moving around scot-free only on the basis of some legal technicalities. So I believe the Supreme Court has come down heavily on this part and said no means no, and has rejected Tarun Tejpal's plea, and rightfully so. Now let's see exactly as and when the appeal is heard, after he's taken behind bars. Then let's see what happens. And I believe that from the recent judgment of the Supreme Court, I don't remember, it had clearly mentioned, Rhythm, it was about 5-6 months ago, that it's not going to interfere with High Court judgments as far as convictions are concerned, unless and until there is something really compelling to say that the High Court overlooked a fact which was crucial and material, or you yourself come out with a fact later on post the judgment which you think was not there earlier before on the pleadings itself. So I mean, absent these two things, this conviction is going to stand, in 10 years is 10 years, and that's fine. And I think the victim should be very happy about it.
Yes, and I also want to hear Swapnil go across to the pages that had been filed by the Goa government before the Supreme Court, where they had said Tejpal was an employer, mentor, father figure to the survivor. No means no, yes, but Goa government also said there was repeated assault on the 7th of November and then the 8th of November. There was an abuse of authority, and therefore maximum sentence has to be given to Tarun Tejpal, which means, Swapnil, they are clearly clarifying here 13 years having passed to the case cannot be premium for the offense. No means no. They challenge the 10-year term. They want most harsh punishment for Tarun Tejpal here.
Rhythm, I don't think that's going to work, because the very fact that he's been out. I'm not playing the devil's advocate, but I'm just giving you objectively the fact that he's been out for 10 years and he's been convicted now is the problem with the legal system, not the problem with Tarun Tejpal. Had this matter been heard on a fast-track court and he would have been sentenced and for rape and imprisoned, the matter would have been over.
Yes, but instead of going on this law point, Swapnil, the larger question I'm asking and what the court said, he was in the particular position of dominance. He was her employer. He tried to do this. The most incriminating evidence that came out was the apology that he had issued in an email to the victim, and then they did a flip. They did a U-turn. I remember in the lower court how she was insulted and humiliated. I remember what the Bombay High Court has now said. There were 1,000 pages of details in cross-examination, Swapnil, that she went through at the Mapusa court. When we were tracking the story there, I remember how she used to come out, how she was questioned on the number of relationships she had. This was the worst ordeal that the victim faced.
Rhythm, I understand. And the fact is that if you're going to challenge this order and say that 10 years is not sufficient and try to go for 13 years or whatever it is that they have in mind, let me tell you something. As I said, the Supreme Court is not going to interfere with the High Court.
Sure. So, Swapnil, I'm just interrupting you for 1 minute, as I'm told that Brinda Arige is also patched on with us. Brinda Arige, women activist, you've been seeing this case very, very clearly. Today, the court is now saying Tarun Tejpal will have to surrender. It's a big blow to him. Only he has to surrender in 2 weeks. Only once he surrenders will his appeal be heard. Brinda, I also want to tell you the Goa government moved the Supreme Court and said they want maximum punishment for him. 10 years is not enough. No means no.
I completely agree with the Goa courts. And my first question would be, why does he require 2 weeks? After all, he's not somewhere abroad that he's not getting tickets, airplane tickets and things like that. Why not in the next 4 days? What is stopping him? After all, it is only going to serve his sentence in court. This is not the kind of treatment that courts give to ordinary citizens if they might have been convicted in such a serious offense. This guy is being treated with kid gloves, which is unacceptable. He has been asked to serve term convict in jail. He must go to jail. Simple. 2 weeks' time. What is it? Does he require that much of time to put his affairs into order? What is it? He's got kingdoms and kingdoms that he has to now prepare will and get all his nominees in place. This guy is a culprit. He has committed a crime. He refused to accept a no from a new trainee who came into his office to work. And he sexually abused and assaulted her. I think this 2 weeks' time is too much, treating this man with too much lenience. Let him go to jail. That is what the court has told, and I think he should just go to jail. And we should not give him any more importance.
I concur that this kind of VIP treatment should not be given to him, Brinda. Thank you for being with us. Viewers, this is a top focus story. We'll track it after a short break. But the big news coming in, the Supreme Court asks Tarun Tejpal to surrender within the next 2 weeks. As the Solicitor General said, no means no. This is something Tarun Tejpal should pay heed to. Back after a short break. Stay with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच
और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े, असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Viewers, coming up after a short break, Tarun Tejpal asked to surrender by Supreme Court within next 2 weeks as his appeal is now been rejected. We'll get you all the details on that. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the US Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis power.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, a major H-1B visa shock for skilled foreign workers and especially for Indian professionals. The Trump administration has now proposed an additional $103,000 fee hike on H-1B visa applications subject to the annual cap. The move comes after a previous $100,000 fee hike was struck down by U.S. court. Vice President J.D. Vance has now made the administration's position very clear. American companies that need workers should hire and train American first. India stands to be among the most affected, with Indian nationals now accounting for over 71% of H-1B visa holders. Here's a quick report to take a look.
A fresh H-1B shock from the Trump administration. $103,265. That's the additional fees the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has proposed for the H-1B cap subject petitions. This isn't just for the applicants coming from abroad. The proposed fee would apply to all H-1B petitions subject to the annual cap, including applications eligible under the U.S. master's degree exemption. The H-1B program allows American employers to hire foreign workers in specialized occupations, particularly across technology, engineering, research, and other highly skilled sectors. Under the congressional cap, the United States currently allows 65,000 H-1B visas every year under the regular quota, with another 20,000 slots reserved for foreign workers holding a master's degree or higher education from the U.S. institutions. That means the proposed fee would potentially apply across the 85,000 visa cap subject pool. And the financial impact could be enormous. Department of Homeland Security estimates the proposed fee could generate approximately $8.8 billion annually. This is based on the 85,000 cap subject petitions. But there is an important distinction. This is a proposed additional fee, not a final rule, which brings the spotlight firmly onto India. Because when it comes to H-1B visa program, India is by far the largest beneficiary. USCIS data shows that in fiscal year 2024, Indian nationals accounted for 283,755 approved H1B petitions, which is around 71% of all approved H1B petitions. China was a distant second with about 11.7%. The Trump administration says the objective is not to shut the doors on foreign talent. It says the objective is to make American employers think twice before replacing or bypassing American workers. And hence, Vice President J.D. Vance has now delivered that message in an unmistakable term. But for American technology companies and other employers, it depends on global talent and means a dramatic increase in the cost of recruitment. For India, the stakes are particularly high. Indian professionals dominate the H1B program. Now, this proposed $1,03,265 fees has put the future of the H1B program firmly back on the center of the US-India talent debate.
All right, here's coming up on the other side. Supreme Court rejects rapist Tarun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender, directs Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks. All the updates land up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट
अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Supreme Court rejects a rapist Tarun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender. Top Court now directs Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks. Tejpal has now been sentenced for 10 years in a sexual assault case of 2013. We'll get you all the details on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now join us as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic, Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch this special tribute only on Republic TV. With that, let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Supreme Court rejects rapist Arun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender, directs Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks. West Bengal CM Suvendhu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders a probe after anti-national slogans and graffiti emerge at Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic. Bengal CM West Bengal Suvendhu Adhikari orders all 4 fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Rape convict Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim now released for the 17th time on 21 days of furlough. ED flags funds without FCRA registration over 2.88 crore rupees under scanner. NSG Doval on 2-day visit to China meets Chinese Vice President. Talks are scheduled with Chinese counterpart on border peace. All right, welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour now. Speculation is swirling after Union Minister Nitin Gadkari's remarks at a recent event where he said he cannot work much these days and even suggested that the new generation should be given a chance. Now, the comments are made by the veteran BJP leader and road and transport minister have triggered political chatter about possible fatigue and also generational transition within the party, or a subtle hint at stepping back from active responsibilities. In fact, let's take a listen to exactly what the union minister said.
आजकाल मी काही जास्त काम करू शकत नाही. ज्यावेळी करू शकलो तेव्हा आता मी पण कामातून माझं पार्टिसिपेट कमी झालं. मी सगळ्यांना सांगितलं तर नवीन नवीन पिढीच्या हातात काम दिलं पाहिजे. नवीन लोक आलेत, जुने त्यांना मार्गदर्शन करतात आहेत आणि हळूहळू पुन्हा काम वाढतं आहे. आजकाल मी काही जास्त काम करू शकत नाही. ज्यावेळी करू शकलो तेव्हा आता मी पण कामातून माझं पार्टिसिपेट कमी झालं. मी सगळ्यांना सांगितलं तर नवीन नवीन पिढीच्या हातात काम दिलं पाहिजे. नवीन लोक आलेत, जुने त्यांना मार्गदर्शन करतात आहेत आणि हळूहळू पुन्हा काम वाढतं आहे. आजकाल मी काही जास्त काम करू शकत नाही. ज्यावेळी करू शकलो तेव्हा आता मी पण कामातून माझं पार्टिसिपेट.
All right, yeah, so that's the statement coming in from Union Minister Gadkari, in fact, which subtly hints at maybe he's stepping back from active responsibilities at the moment. But that's the statement that he made, and quoting him, he said that he cannot work much these days. So that's the statement coming in from Nitin Gadkari. All right. In fact, my colleague Revati also joining us with more details on this. Revati, a statement coming in from Nitin Gadkari. He says, I cannot work much these days. So subtly also hinting that maybe he's stepping back from active responsibilities, as, BJP is also going, undergoing a churn at the moment.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that BJP is going under a churn, and also there are speculations that BJP is revamping the entire parliamentary board and the people, and they are also in a thought of changing the people's position, and now that considering
all right. In fact, Revati, hold on to your thought. We're getting some more breaking news at this hour as well. We'll shift our focus to that. Now, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has approved the transfer of technology for all DRDO-developed conventional missile systems to the Indian defence industry. This enables domestic companies, including MSMEs, to now manufacture these systems in India, supporting the goal of Atmanirbharta in defence. The move, in fact, is intended to shift missile systems from development to large-scale industrial production, boost the domestic defence manufacturing base and supply chain while reducing import dependence and increasing domestic value addition and operational capability. Now, DRDO will work with industry to now facilitate the technology absorption subject to applicable qualifications, certifications and regulations as well. So, a big boost to self-reliance in defence manufacturing, as a crucial step has now been taken up by DRDO, as the Defence Minister has now announced and approved the transfer of technology for all DRDO-developed conventional missile systems to the Indian defence industry. So a big step where industry players can now also be roped into this journey of making India an exporter in defence equipment, and also, of course, a self-reliant nation when it comes to defence manufacturing. Now, the move here will enable domestic companies, including smaller firms such as MSMEs as well, to manufacture these systems in India and to support the goal of Atmanirbharta. The move, in fact, will shift the missile systems from development to large-scale industrial production. It will boost the entire domestic manufacturing base and supply chain while reducing our import dependence on other countries. Moreover, it will also increase our domestic value addition and operational capability in this case. So a crucial move as far as India's goal of being self-reliant in defence manufacturing is concerned, and also becoming an exporter of more defence equipment. DRDO, as in this case, will in fact be working to facilitate the technology absorption. It will be subject to, of course, applicable qualifications, certifications and several regulations as well. But nevertheless, a big step in the direction of becoming Atmanirbhar in a defence sector. In fact, my colleague Ishan also joining us with more details on this. Ishan, a big step now taken to rope in the private players and the industry at large for our goal to become self-reliant in defence manufacturing.
Absolutely, this is a very significant step towards Atmanirbharta in defense. Domestic companies, MSMEs and other technology partners can undertake production subject to applicable qualifications. Now, the goal is to shift systems from DRDO development to large-scale industrial production. The strength of the domestic defense industry base will definitely increase, because Indian defense industry has been growing at a expounding rate. Now, this again will provide supply chain, reduce import dependence and increase domestic value addition. DRD will work closely with the industry to facilitate the technology transfer and, more importantly, the absorption and production. This aligns with recent policy efforts such as COT that was waived by reducing the fees for development of production partners and, most importantly, development partners and production agencies, enabling large technology transfer. Over 2,200 technologies have already been transferred or are under the process of being transferred from DRDO and other research institutions for domestic manufacturing. The focus on this time is on conventional missile systems. Now, India has developed a lot of missile systems that have been tested and have been proven to be effective, but yet the production lags behind. So this step will ensure that the domestic missile systems are being produced within India with technology that has been developed within India. So this will provide the entire ecosystem being shifted from a Western-based system wherein we import technologies. Now we are developing our own technologies, and now the next goal is to use the developed technologies to enhance production in the industry. Back to you, Ishita.
Big step in terms of, a big boost to indigenous production as well. In fact, Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us on this. Major General, I want to ask, how do you look at this step? It will certainly ensure that this missile system development can now happen at an industrial scale, and private players, industry at large, can also be roped in to achieve the goal of Atmanirbharta in defense manufacturing.
Most certainly, because the technology has been developed indigenously by the DRDO. It is now being transferred to the Indian industry so that these can be mass produced. These can be produced in quantity, in quantum. And, that strengthens Indian conventional deterrence capabilities. So I think this is a very welcome step because it helps to productionize what we have, our indigenous capabilities in missile technology. As you have seen from the Israel war with the Americans and with Israel-Iran war, you've seen that missiles, cruise missiles and drones are playing a major transformatory role in warfare. Therefore, we will have to mass produce these missiles, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, drones, so that we are ready for the new phase of war, which has been ushered in now by the Iran conflict. Very clearly ushered in by the Iran conflict, in which they have been able to withstand American air power. And they have, almost inflicted a defeat on the United States. So quite obviously, we have to catch up in the missile rocketry field. Fortunately, Dr. Abdul Kalam had started the Indian guided missile program decades back. And it is now, coming to fruition. And this is a technology that is leapfrogging. You see, we may not have caught up with the jet engine technology, but we can leapfrog that technology because jet engines will soon be replaced by these unmanned systems. And we must have great expertise in designing and producing these, unmanned systems at home. Our ballistic missiles, our cruise missiles, our drones. That is what this is facilitating. So I think this is a very welcome step.
Right. Major General, certainly it's a big step and a big boost to missile production in India, especially as you highlighted in the light of the way warfare has been changing around the world. Thanks so much, Major General G.D. Bakshi, for joining us and sharing us understand the importance of this big step taken by Defence Minister. Thanks so much. And now, viewers, in a big win for Republic Network, Chief Minister of West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, has now announced that all the cases registered against Republic Bangla, the false cases, will now be withdrawn, terming the media network as the worst sufferer of political vendetta in West Bengal under Mamata Banerjee. Adhikari also stated that the news channel had been subjected to targeted legal action under the previous administration, with 31 distinct cases being lodged against its journalists and management over the recent years. Take a listen to exactly what the Chief Minister said.
আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 কেসেস লজ এগেইনস্ট রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে। এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে। রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার আই নো। আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার, অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার, আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব। ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট। All cases are false, fabricated, lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta. এ জিনিস চলতে পারে না। মুক্ত কর ভয়, আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধরো, নিজেরে কর জয়। তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন, ভয় আউট, ভরসা ইন।
And now here's 17 releases 17 times out of jail. Rape convict and Dera Sacha Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim is now out on furlough yet again. The convicted rapist is serving a 20-year sentence for raping 2 women disciples, has now been granted another 21-day temporary release. And this is Ram Rahim's 17th temporary release since he was jailed. And what makes this release significant is that, unlike several other outings at Barnawa in Uttar Pradesh, the Dera chief is once again being allowed to stay at Sirsa headquarters. Here's a full report on how entirely this incident has unfolded and how it becomes a mockery of justice. Take a look.
Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim is once again walking out of the prison, this time on a 21-day furlough. Over the years, he has repeatedly been granted parole or furlough, triggering questions over how many times a convicted prisoner can be allowed temporary freedom. In his previous outings, Ram Rahim was sent to Dera Barnawa Ashram in Bagpat, Uttar Pradesh. Ram Rahim was convicted by a special CBI court in 2017 for raping 2 women disciples at the Dera Sacha Sauda headquarters in Sirsa. However, in the latest video, he has increasingly been allowed to stay at the Sirsa headquarters, making this his 3rd consecutive visit over there. These releases have often drawn political and public scrutiny, particularly because of his large following in Haryana and Punjab and their proximity to elections. The latest furlough has once again put the spotlight on the parole for high-profile prisoners. Ram Rahim is also serving a life sentence in murder case of former Dera manager Ranjit Singh. He was additionally convicted in the murder of journalist Ramchandra Chhatrapati.
All right, viewers, that's all we could wrap in this edition of Live and Breaking on Republic TV. Thanks so much for watching and don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, video now emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA P. Suresh Gowda now says, I am sorry.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifeline.
All right, welcome back, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Shada Mitra. And time for some business updates coming to light. Over to my colleague, Rishita, for the latest.
Thank you so much, Ishita. Now, we have a big update coming in from the world of business. Karnataka's food safety regulator has come down hard on 3 e-commerce platforms, and these are some major platforms. The Karnataka Food Safety and Drug Administration has suspended food licenses and registrations of Amazon, Swiggy, Instamart, Big Basket with immediate effect. Now, what has been the trigger? These platforms were found selling Datura, which is a toxic plant. Now, they were being sold as a food brand that was licensed under FSSAI licenses and registrations. Datura fruits and seeds are known to cause serious health effects if consumed. Officials say selling them for human consumption on any platform is a direct threat to public safety. Now, the department's order is very clear. All listings, advertisements and promotions of Datura fruits or seeds for food use must be taken down immediately. Additionally, food safety officers have been instructed to move swiftly and suspend the licenses of these establishments without any delay. Republic Business also approached Swiggy Instamart, but they have refused to comment on the issue. We'll be tracking the story very closely and shall bring in every update as and when it comes. Now, viewers, we have another update that is coming in from the world of business. This is about the SpiceJet story that we had been tracking very closely. There has been a massive showdown that has taken place between SpiceJet and the lessors at the NCLT court yesterday. Now, my colleague Nitin Waghela, who is joining live from the newsroom, was present at the very court proceeding. Nitin, help us understand what took place and how are the events taking shape. Over to you.
Basically, it was a massive showdown between the aircraft lessors that are owed money from the SpiceJet, mainly Ajay Singh, the chairman and MD of the company. Now, it's been over 2 years since a lot of money is due from the SpiceJet management to these aircraft lessors over the past 2 years. Now, the massive showdown that happened yesterday in front of the NCLT bench, which is a new bench with a new judge. It's a 2-judge bench, and there's 1 new judge as part of the entire hearing. And what they stated was they saw the intent of SpiceJet to delay the court hearing. The bankruptcy cases are now scheduled for a final hearing, most likely to be held on September 16th. Now, the 2-judge bench has basically noted the fact that SpiceJet is unable to sort of settle the 11 lessors, that it owes a lot of money amounting to crores and crores of amount of money that they've been unable to pay since the last 2-3 years. Now, SpiceJet employees have told us on record that they're trying to raise funds and they intend to settle. But what was clearly visible, viewers, in front of the NCLT hearing that only Republic was exclusively tracking from the NCLT courtroom, was that it's a complete mishap from the SpiceJet's advocate counsels. They were literally sweating, as an inquiry was also suggested by one of the senior council members representing one of the aircraft lessors from the NCLT. So what they suggested was, given that the 2 years of wasted court time when it comes to the bankruptcy hearings against SpiceJet, they wanted an inquiry in that matter. Back to you.
Karan is here. Should I give it to Karan? Thank you so much for bringing us the update. We have another breaking coming in from the world of business. 2 words from the Kremlin yesterday, and Dalal Street has already reacted this morning. Fertilizer supply. Vladimir Putin met S. Jaishankar in Moscow on Monday and said that Russia is increasing fertilizer supplies to India and is ready to increase them further. Look at what the single assurance did. Fertilizer stocks spiked as much as 14% in intraday trade today. Fertilizers and chemicals, Travancore led up over 14% to 894 rupees. Madras fertilizers followed up almost 11%. Now, why the excitement? India imports close to 1/3 of its fertilizer needs, and this sector has been squeezed all year. Ammonia and LNG turned expensive after West Asia disruptions. Global urea prices also jumped to around $597 a ton in March from $484 a week earlier. A steady Russian pipeline eases that risks for Chambal, RCP, CNGCP and Coromandel. That is what the traders are buying. Now, there is a taxpayer angle to this as well. The fertilizer subsidy bill was budgeted at 1.7 trillion rupees this year, and officials has warned it could go far higher. Cheaper imports means a lighter bill. And for the farmer, timing is everything. Rabai Soping bargains as weak DAP demand peaks. A short supply means fewer shortage at the depot. But here is the harder half. Jay Shankar told the Russians trade has jumped fourfold to nearly $60 billion. The deficit has widened to over $50 billion entirely in Russia's favor. So the question we will follow, is today's 14% a real rating or a headline pop-up or with no assurance, with no volumes, no prices and no contract attached to it? And with Putin expected in Delhi for BRICS next month, does India finally get the market access to start closing that gap? Republic Business is tracking it. Back to you, Ishita.
All right, thanks so much, Rishita, for joining us and getting us the latest from the world of business. Thanks so much. Now we are shifting focus. A Pune resident has now shared a video showing a live worm moving inside a pastry he had bought from Paul, a bakery in the city. This comes amid a severe backlash at the cafe. Bakery giant has now been facing over a similar experience by a Gurugram customer who also found a live worm inside his sandwich. Here's a quick report on how such incidents are now raising questions over safety norms and food safety violations are now happening across India. Take a look.
Another shocking video has surfaced online that has raised concerns over food safety. A resident of Pune has shared a video where a maggot was found inside a pastry. The pastry, which had been bought from the Paul India outlet in the city, had a live worm moving inside the eatable. The post comes a day after another customer's similar experience at Paul India's Gurugram outlet, where he found a live worm inside a sandwich. The resident who bought the pastry from the outlet located in Phoenix Market City Mall soon shared a video showing a live worm moving inside the pastry. However, there have been no response yet from Paul India's Pune outlet regarding the customer's video. The concerns raised over food safety highlight the need for stricter monitoring, proper hygiene practices, and greater accountability.
All right, here's now Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hailed 10 years of unified payments interface, highlighting its unprecedented scale and reach as a major milestone in India's digital transformation. Prime Minister Modi said, every Indian can now be proud of UPI's remarkable journey and its role in reshaping the country's digital payments ecosystem, while also seeking public experiences and views on how UPI has impacted their daily lives and made financial transactions more convenient and accessible. Viewers, UPI has emerged as the backbone of India's digital payments ecosystem. The UPI, which was launched on 25th of August 2016, has now surged almost 13,000-fold in transaction volume. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
We launched WhatsApp payments in India. That was possible because of the UPI system that has been built in India, a unified payments interface. It makes it easy for anyone to instantly accept payments across different apps. And
cash transfers. And there's a lot to learn from India. It is actually quite impressive, in fact, just because of the sheer size of the country. It's a logistical marvel.
All right, viewers, so with that, we come to the end of this bulletin. Thanks so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, Supreme Court now rejects rapist Tarun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender, directs Tejpal to surrender within the next 2 weeks. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the U.S. Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert maximum pressure on Axis powers. Bessent argued that history has now returned that very same choice to the Iranian capital.
Coming up on the other side, Tarun Tejpal to now surrender as Supreme Court rejects his appeal, directing him to surrender within the next 2 weeks.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा और मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. And on Republic TV, we make a special announcement. We want you to join us as we are all set to celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From soulful melodies to high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, composer and performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic. Shankar Mahadevan has created the music generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV. Now it's time for headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Supreme Court rejects rapist Arun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender. Directs Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks. West Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements. Orders probe after anti-national slogans and graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic. Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari orders all fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA E. Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Sirsa Dera Chief rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim lodged in Sunaria jail in Rohtak, who is serving 2 separate 10-year sentences, once again has been granted 21. He's out now on furlough. This time he has been out on parole multiple times. ED flagged funds without FCRA registration, 2.88 crore rupees foreign funds under ED scanner. NSA National Security Advisor Ajit Doval on 2-day visit to Chennai meets Chinese Vice President. Talks scheduled with his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi. Indo-China border peace and line of actual control in focus. All right, viewers, Chief Minister of Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, has now asked Jadavpur University authorities to conduct an inquiry into the objectionable and anti-national wall graffiti and drawings inside the hostel premises of Jadavpur University. In fact, he posted on X sharing a video of the graffiti and asserted that the campus premises must not be used as platforms for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. Now, the Chief Minister's office has also received concerning videos and photographic representations to the Chief Minister's grievance cell. Shubhendu Adhikari says educational institutions are sacred spaces of learning, academic excellence, nation building, and under no circumstances would campus premises be permitted to be used for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. Now, this also comes as 19th and on the 20th of August, clashes had broken out between activists and the SFI members, Students Federation of India, that's the student wing of the CPIM, and the ABVP students also were part of that clash outside the Jadavpur University in South Kolkata. Here's a report by my colleague Indrashish.
Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action.
अभी तक नॉर्मल सिचुएशन ही है। जो प्रॉब्लम हुआ था उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए जो क्वेश्चंस लेना पड़ा हम लोग ले रहे हैं। इंक्वायरी कमीशन वाज फॉर्म्ड एंड पुलिस को जो हेल्प चाहिए हम लोग किया है। उन लोग को जो कोऑपरेशन जो यूनिवर्सिटी पार्ट से है हम लोग फुल्ली कोऑपरेट करेंगे।
उस दिन फिरसू में जो जीबी हो रहा था उसमें जो फिरसू का जीबी है मतलब वो बाय डिफॉल्ट हर किसी उस जीबी में इन्वाइटेड है। मतलब अगर वो इंजीनियरिंग का स्टूडेंट्स हो तो मतलब जो किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से जुड़ा हो, जैसे PDSF हो, आइसा हो, लेफ्टिस्ट वाला ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पकड़िए या फिर आप राइटिस्ट वाला ABVP हो, NSF हो, सबको। तो जब ABVP वाला गया तो वहाँ पे जीबी करके अकाउंट जो सिग्नेटरी है वो उसका स्क्रीनशॉट भी आप देख सकते हैं। वो सिग्नेचर करने की जो वो है वो सिलेक्शन करने वाला था। तो उसने बोला कि ये दिस इज नॉट द लीगल प्रोसेस, इफ़ यू वांट टू select this then you have to go for election and let us go together to the dean of students and let them decide that when they will conduct the election. But वो लोग इस बात पे उन पर चढ़ाव हो गया है, तो चढ़ाव होकर उनको मारा भी है। उसके बाद वो लोग हॉस्पिटल एडमिट है और उसके बाद आप लोग सभी जानते हैं कि क्या क्या हो रहा है। और ये एक ऐसा तस्वीर है जो जहाँ पे ये लोगों को ये रिप्रेजेंट करता है कि इनको देश के बारे में चिंता नहीं है, बाहर के बारे में ज़्यादा चिंता है। तो ये देश के लिए सोचता है या बाहर के लिए आपको ज़्यादा मतलब आपको सोचना चाहिए।
लेकिन वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट वर्तमान सरकार ने जो स्टेप ले रहा है इसके ऊपर उसका क्या कार्यक्रम है?
वो लोग बहुत डरे हुए हैं, रात में छुपे हुए थे, ठीक है। लेकिन ये बात स्पष्ट है, अगर हमारे ABVP के किसी भी कार्यकर्ता पे एक भी आंचड़ आएगा, जो करना है हम करेंगे। एकदम सिंपल क्लियर मैसेज है। और गवर्नमेंट हमारे साथ है, जो क्योंकि हम लोग लीगल है इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट हमारे साथ है। तो इस बात से हम लोग हमारे ABVP की यूनिट की तरफ से गवर्नमेंट का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
And a big win for Republic Network. Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has announced that all cases registered against Republic Bangla will be withdrawn, terming the media network the worst sufferer of political vendetta in West Bengal. Adhikari says that the news channel had been subjected to targeted legal action under the previous administration with the 31 district cases lodged against its journalists and management over the recent years. Listen in.
আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 cases lodged against Republic Media. সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে। এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে। রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার আই নো। আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার, অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব। ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট। অল কেসেস আর ফলস, fabricated, lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta. এ জিনিস চলতে পারে না। মুক্ত কর ভয়, আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধরো, নিজেরে করো জয়। তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন ভয় আউট, ভরসা ইন।
And viewers, we have some breaking news coming in. Now, this is on the VVIP treatment, or rather the arrogance row, where the MLA's daughter had slapped a worker there, a policeman there in the temple. Republic TV has now questioned Karnataka BJP MLA Suresh Gowda just days after CCTV footage of a woman police sub-inspector on duty being assaulted and threatened by the daughter of Suresh Gowda in the temple in Karnataka's Mandya district went viral. We spoke to Suresh Gowda. Listen in.
Actually, on that day, Bhima Amavasya, I think 12th of August, the incident was happened. Then I come to know that after the incident is over. So I asked my daughter what has happened. She told I had been to temple. My both grandchildren, our daughter and son, had a chicken pox. For that, she had gone to put a water on to the children. So in that incident, she requested the sub-inspector to let that Pujari should put the water on both the children. So she refused. After that, one more person has come to the temple. She let him inside the temple. So that time she asked the thing, why you allowed that person, why you are not allowing me? See, something, I brought 2 children, they had the chicken pox. Let me 1 minute, I will go and come inside the temple and requested. Then she asked the thing, why you are allowed that person, why you are not allowing me? See, something, I brought 2 children, they had the chicken pox. Let me 1 minute, I will go and come inside the temple and requested. Then she asked the thing, why you are allowed that person, why you are not allowing me? See, something, I brought 2 children, they had the chicken pox. Let me 1 minute, I will go and come inside the temple and requested. So that became a worse to worse conversation was happened. So action reaction. What my daughter has said, something. What the sub-inspector has told, I don't know. Police officers always, they have pressure in the public places. Because huge crowd was there, they have to control it. My daughter should also listen to what the police officer has says. Because we have to obey the officers when we are in the public life. So people goes to the temple for the peace of mind, not to lose the peace of mind.
But in that particular video, sir, it is your daughter who first slapped the sub-inspector, and then in reply she also slaps. Like, what might be the reason? Because Aishwarya lost the cool.
No, why we lose the control? When some officers say something, abuse the things in the temple, inside the temple. Okay, my daughter says she abused the thing, my husband, my children, all this, that's what I control the thing. I don't know what exact it is. Whether it is true or not, I don't know. So we should have a inquiry. So that I don't require also. See, it is a temple. In the anger it was happened. In the patience, both should have patience. Police officers should also have a patience to handle the public.
And my colleague Abhishek joins us for more. Abhishek, well, we see that Suresh Gowda tried to explain what really happened, but now it has blown out into a big controversy. Tell us more details. And where is the daughter? And has there been any action or anything that has taken place as far as this incident is concerned?
Well, this incident broke out on the 12th of this month, which was Wednesday, and which was also celebrated as Bhima Amavasya across Karnataka, which held a traditional value of people visiting the temple that particular day. And Suresh Gowda, as mentioned in our interview, has mentioned the fact that his daughter had gone to the Ukkada Aarti temple located in Srirangpatna because both his grandchildren had got chickenpox, and he wanted the holy water of the god to be splashed on these children. And that is when the PSI stopped Aishwarya from getting into the VVIP line, and after which Aishwarya also questioned why two more other persons were let ahead of her, even though they did not belong to any VVIP, they weren't any ticket holders. Altercation has broken down in between them, after which Suresh Gowda, as per his allegation, mentions the fact that the police sub-inspector verbally abused the daughter of the MLA, and that is when she lost her cool and slapped the sub-inspector. And also subsequently, we've seen the video where even the sub-inspector slapped Aishwarya. An FIR has been registered by both the parties. A complaint had been given by both the parties. One complaint had been registered by the sub-inspector on Aishwarya Gowda for not allowing the sub-inspector to dispose of her duties. On the other hand, Aishwarya has also given in a counter complaint and it has also been registered. But an FIR has been registered against Aishwarya. On the other note, we have also seen Suresh Gowda, who mentioned the fact that rule makers cannot be the rule breakers. No matter what, we will have to abide the rules of the law, and he will make sure that he will follow the course of action of the law, and he doesn't support the action of what his daughter did a couple of days ago, and he's publicly apologized to what has happened. And he also claims the fact that it was a mistake of his daughter to slap a sub-inspector who was on duty, and also request the sub-inspector as well as the police department to make sure that this doesn't go to the next level. And also we are seeing that some of the political pressure being built up on the running government to make sure that Aishwarya doesn't face the backlash of the law. But we will have to see what unfolds in the next couple of hours.
All right, thanks so much, Abhishek, for joining us with details coming in on that story. Now we shift our focus to some breaking news coming in right now. The body of a 15-year-old Class 8 student, Mithun, who fell into an open drain in southeast Delhi's Jasola on the 22nd of August while chasing a kite, has been recovered now by the NDRF and the Delhi police teams. And just after a multi-day search, his body has been recovered, swept away by fast-flowing water around 11 a.m. The boy from a labourer's family, originally from Uttar Pradesh, could not be located despite efforts by the Delhi Fire Service, Delhi Police. But now you have the NDRF, DDMA, both club teams and other teams in desperate search for a day. Father even entered the drain himself. The tragedy now raising sharp questions over the safety and maintenance of these. All right, Saurav is joining us live on the broadcast. Saurav, tell us more details about this, please.
Right, Rakshita, now the body of the 15-year-old boy Mithun has been recovered after the 3 days of intensive search operation conducted by the multi-agencies including the NDRF and the Delhi Police and the Boat Club. However, after 3 days, the body of the boy has been recovered from a Jasola drain which was purely open, and there is no barrier present at the spot so that the children and the others could be safe around it. However, now the body of the 15-year-old boy have been sent to the post-mortem by the concerned agencies into the nearby hospital. But this clearly shows the complete negligence on the part of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, which as this drain comes under them, and the maintenance and covering of this drain responsibility falls on the MCD only. However, a junior engineer of the area has been suspended by the senior officers, but still another life has been lost in the national capital. We have seen that several of these cases took place in the starting of 2026, but no lessons were learned by the authorities, and now again a 15-year-old Mithun has lost his life. And I want to tell our viewers that this incident took place on August 22 at around 11 a.m. While he was getting ready for the school, he was in school uniform. He saw a kite hanging on a tree. He tried to retrieve that kite. While doing so, his foot slipped and he directly fell into that water. And after that, since 3 days, his body has been still missing, and today the authorities have recovered his body at around 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon. And it's been 3 days since the body was not recovered by the authorities despite several efforts, as that drain has a fast moving water in it. But there are other difficulties also faced by the municipal agencies while doing this operation, Rakshita.
All right, thank you so much, Saurabh, for joining us. A very tragic news that is coming in now from Delhi. Unfortunately, the child died because of that open drain in southeast Delhi. Now we were shifting our focus. It's a major H-1B visa shock for skilled foreign workers, and especially for the Indian professionals. Trump administration has proposed an additional fee, that is $103,265 fee for H-1B applications subject to the annual cap. Now, this move comes after a previous $100,000 H-1B fee was struck down by the U.S. court. Vice President J.D. Vance has now made the administration's position clear that American companies that need workers should hire and train Americans first. India stands to be among the countries who are most affected, with the Indian nationals accounting for about 71% of all H-1B beneficiaries in the fiscal year 2024. Here's more.
A fresh H-1B shock from the Trump administration. $103,265. That's the additional fees the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has proposed for the H-1B cap subject petitions. This isn't just for the applicants coming from abroad. The proposed fee would apply to all H-1B petitions subject to the annual cap, including applications eligible under the U.S. master's degree exemption. The H-1B program allows American employers to hire foreign workers in specialized occupations, particularly across technology, engineering, research, and other highly skilled sectors. Under the congressional cap, the United States currently allows 65,000 H-1B visas every year under the regular quota, with another 20,000 slots reserved for foreign workers holding a master's degree or higher education from the U.S. institutions. That means the proposed fee would potentially apply across the 85,000 visa cap subject pool. And the financial impact could be enormous. Department of Homeland Security estimates the proposed fee could generate approximately $8.8 billion annually. This is based on the 85,000 cap subject petitions. But there is an important distinction. This is a proposed additional fee, not a final rule, which brings the spotlight firmly onto India. Because when it comes to H-1B visa program, India is by far the largest beneficiary. USCIS data shows that in fiscal year 2024, Indian nationals accounted for 2,83,755 approved H1B petitions, which is around 71% of all approved H1B petitions. China was a distant second with about 11.7%. The Trump administration says the objective is not to shut the doors on foreign talent. It says the objective is to make American employers think twice before replacing or bypassing American workers. And hence, Vice President J.D. Vance has now delivered that message in an unmistakable term. But for American technology companies and other employers, it depends on global talent and means a dramatic increase in the cost of recruitment. For India, the stakes are particularly high. Indian professionals dominate the H1B program. Now, this proposed $1,03,265 fees has put the future of the H1B program firmly back on the center of the US-India talent debate.
And viewers, with that, we now take a quick check of other stories we're tracking for you from across the country. One labourer killed while another injured after National Highway slab collapsed and fell on them. Officials stated that the incident occurred while construction work was underway and that the structure gave way. An investigation into the incident is underway. Two hospital buildings were completely damaged after land subsidence occurred, with sections of both structures sinking into the ground. Wide cracks have appeared across the road, extending several meters. No major injuries have been reported in the incident. Administrative, revenue and rescue teams rushed to the affected area and shifted the affected families to safer locations. The city of Gurugram experienced heavy rainfall, leading to severe waterlogging on roads and pathways. Children were seen playing in the waterlogged areas, while heavy trucks became stuck and partially sank into the ground due to the heavy rainfall. "17 releases and 17 times out of jail." We're talking about a rape convict, Dera Sacha Sauda chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh. He's out on furlough. The convicted rapist, serving a 20-year sentence for raping two women disciples, has been granted a 21-day temporary release. This is Ram Rahim's 17th temporary release since he was jailed. So furlough, parole, he's got it all. And it makes this release significant because unlike several outings earlier at Barnava in Uttar Pradesh, the Dera chief is now once again being allowed to stay at the Sirsa headquarters. Here's a report.
Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim is once again walking out of the prison, this time on a 21-day furlough. Over the years, he has repeatedly been granted parole or furlough, triggering questions over how many times a convicted prisoner can be allowed temporary freedom. In his previous outings, Ram Rahim was sent to Dera Barnava Ashram in Bagpat, Uttar Pradesh. Ram Rahim was convicted by a special CBI court in 2017 for raping two women disciples at the Dera Sacha Sauda headquarters in Sirsa. However, in the latest video, he has increasingly been allowed to stay at the Sirsa headquarters, making this his third consecutive visit over there. These releases have often drawn political and public scrutiny, particularly because of his large following in Haryana and Punjab and their proximity to elections. The latest furlough has once again put the spotlight on the parole for high-profile prisoners. Ram Rahim is also serving a life sentence in murder case of former Dera manager Ranjit Singh. He was additionally convicted in the murder of journalist Ram Chandra Chhatrapati.
Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar says that conducting the special intensive revision, that is SIR, required a good rapport between officials and citizens. Now, he says that the SIR required both the coverage of the Election Commission and the cooperation of the voters. His remarks come after US President Donald Trump praised the voter verification initiative as part of India's electorate system.
The Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar underlined the strength of Indian electoral system at a regional conference in Lucknow. Speaking at the second regional conference on electoral literacy clubs and ECI Net, organized by the ECI in Lucknow, Kumar praised the electoral process and the SIR. He stated that conducting the SIR required the courage of the Election Commission as well as the cooperation of voters. He stated that elections in India are held strictly in accordance with the Constitution and conducted with transparency. The remarks come after the US President Donald Trump had praised India's voter ID card system and hailed it as a model for stricter US election rules.
And with that, a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking. And on the other side, we continue to track more details on the reaction of the BJP MLA, whose daughter in the video has been seen slapping a police official. He now says he's sorry for what his daughter did.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Scott Bessent said the United States is entering the final phase of its campaign against Iran, launching what he described as an economic D-Day aimed at completely severing Tehran's financial lifelines. Writing in an opinion piece for a UK newspaper, the US Treasury Secretary drew a direct line to the 1943 Tehran Conference, where Allied leaders weighed how to exert
Supreme Court rejects rapist Arun Tejpal's plea, seeking exemption from surrender. Directs Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks. West Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements. Orders probe after anti-national slogans graffiti emerge in Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic. Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu orders all fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. More videos emerge of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping the police official at the temple. BJP MLA B Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in Sunaria jail in Rohtak, serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in the Dera Sacha Sauda rape case, has been granted 21 days of furlough. ED flags funds without FCRA registration, 2 crore 88 lakh rupees foreign funds under ED scanner. NSA Doval on 2-day visit to China meets Vice President of China, scheduled to speak to Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi.
And viewers, we begin with a top story of the day. The Supreme Court directed rapist and former Tehelka editor Tarun Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks, rejecting his plea for exemption from surrendering before his appeal. The Goa bench of the Bombay High Court on August 6 convicted Tarun Tejpal and sentenced him to 10 years in prison for raping a former colleague in 2013, overturning his 2021 acquittal in this case. And this comes after he was sentenced to 10 years of rigorous imprisonment after convicting him of the 2013 rape case. And he has appealed to Supreme Court for exemption. In fact, before that, the Goa government has also sought a maximum punishment for Tarun Tejpal in this case. My colleague Sarthak joins us to give us more information in this latest that we're tracking. Sarthak, give us more details. This is the Supreme Court where the Solicitor General in fact was arguing that no means no in this particular case, and in fact the Supreme Court has now given a 2 weeks time for Tarun Tejpal to surrender. In fact, we also heard the arguments who was representing Tarun Tejpal, Kapil Sibal. He was arguing that he was a senior citizen. But then the question still remains that a woman's no means no, and that was also in fact observed in the court. And now the Supreme Court has given him just a 2 weeks time to surrender. Give us more details that you're tracking so far, Sarthak.
Absolutely, Amrita. But before that, if we have to refresh the memory of our viewers, back in 2013, such a heinous and shameful crime was committed by former Tehelka editor Tarun Tejpal, after which in 2021, the Sessions Court had actually acquitted him, after which an appeal was filed before the Bombay High Court, where finally on August 6, 2026, he was convicted in that offence. He was given a 10 years of life imprisonment, and against which he filed an appeal before the Supreme Court. Also, what he was expecting from the Supreme Court was an exemption of the 4-week period that was given by the Bombay High Court to surrender, to exempt the surrender order. However, to the utter dismay and surprise of Tarun Tejpal, Supreme Court has completely rejected that plea. Now he has been given 2 weeks time to surrender, and this means that he has already been convicted. A 10-year imprisonment has already been ordered by the Bombay High Court, and now if he has to appeal before the Supreme Court, he has to fight that from the jail itself. He has to surrender within 2 weeks' time. Arguments took place today, and on the last date of hearing as well, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who was representing the Goa government, had said that Tarun Tejpal had two options. Either he could directly surrender before the police, as it has been directed by the Bombay High Court, or he could file an exemption application before the Bombay High Court for against that 4 weeks time that has been given by the Bombay High Court. He did not do any of that. He directly moved to Supreme Court, filed a plea in the Supreme Court, expecting Supreme Court to intervene and exempt him from that surrender order. However, Supreme Court has completely denied that. He has 2 weeks time to surrender now. And also to remind the viewers, there is another plea that has been filed by the Goa government for the extension of the sentence order that was passed by the Bombay High Court. He was given 10 years of imprisonment, and now they are expecting that maximum punishment should be given to Tarun Tejpal, because the sentence that has been given, the 10-year sentence that has been given, is disproportionate to the nature of offence that he has committed. So what they are expecting is to give him life imprisonment. So these two pleas are still pending before the Supreme Court. But today's breaking news is that Tarun Tejpal has been given 2 weeks time to surrender by the Supreme Court. Amrita.
That's right. In fact, he now has to face his sentence after being convicted of this crime. Thank you so much, Sarthak, for giving us all of those details on this. And viewers, big breaking news that we're tracking at this moment. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has approved the transfer of technology for all DRDO-developed conventional missile systems to the Indian defense industry. This now enables domestic companies, including MSMEs, to manufacture these systems in India, supporting the goal of Atmanirbharta in defense. This move is intended to shift missile systems from development to large-scale industrial production, boost the domestic defense manufacturing base and supply chain, reduce import dependence, and increase domestic value addition and operational capability. Now, DRDO will be working very closely with industries to facilitate the technology absorption, subject to applicable qualifications, certifications, and regulations as well. My colleague Ishan joins us to give us more details in this big breakthrough. In fact, this once again reaffirms India's commitment towards Atmanirbharta in defense. And now we are getting report. In fact, MSMEs will be open to, in fact, work with the DRDO to improve these manufacturing capability for the Indian defense. Tell us more on this, Ishan.
Absolutely. This approval of transfer of technology of all DRDO developed conventional missile system marks a structural shift. This is not just an incremental policy tweak, but builds on the 2026 move that ended a near monopoly of Bharat Dynamics Limited. Now, this development production partnership proposes that once the technology has been developed by research centers such as DRDO and other research centers such as the other research laboratories under the forces, these systems will be shifted to private players as well for mass production. Now, modern conflicts have already shown the need for large volumes of precision missiles rather than a small number of exquisite systems. Now, earlier what happened was a few DPSUs could not scale fast enough for the rising demand from the three services. So, this competitive bidding for TOT system has been integrated, will spread widespread manufacturing load across multiple players. This should compress timelines from development to induction. Right now what happens is that a missile is developed, it is tested and it is approved, but production timelines are very large and it takes years to create a proper structure that provides a consistent production flow and consistent production that would provide the army for its needs or the air force for its needs or the navy for its needs. And all of this has been appended by this TOT. Now, this appending is a good thing because this will create an entire industry that the load will now be spread across multiple players so that if required and whenever required, the ramping up process of production of precision missiles will take place, and it will be a great booster to the private competitors and private defense industry in India. Now, this defense industry has been developing, and Indian defense industry has shown the capability not only to manufacture but to research as well. So the research load will also be spread from DRDO to other private players as well. So this entire space will now see a great boost, not only in value addition but also in domestic production and export as well.
That's right. That's right. In fact, a big move from the defense sector. Thank you so much for giving us all of those updates, Ishan. And another breaking news that's coming in at the moment. Kirti Sanon's ad has sparked a Raksha Bandhan row. Now, BJP MP Kangana Ranaut calls Kirti's clothes bikini in this particular ad. In fact, she continues to say that the advertisement look intentionally creepy. And now there's been a response from Kirti Sanon. She has hit back against Kangana Ranaut, saying that don't tell women what to wear. This particular advertisement on Raksha Bandhan has triggered a tit-for-tat between the two actors on this as well. And saying that, once again saying that don't tell women what to wear after MP Kangana Ranaut's statements. My colleague Aditi joins us to give us more details into this. Aditi, tell us in the breakdown for us what this advertisement was, and we're getting to know that what a woman wears is once again on the debate has been put. This is between two women actors as well. Tell us more that you've been tracking so far.
Absolutely, Amrita, and it's shameful for one woman to take down the another one with such a post where Kangana Ranaut has said that, you know, there was this criticism for Kriti Sanon. This ad came out this week before Raksha Bandhan, which is on Friday. But before that, this ad came out, and then several people were trolling Kriti Sanon, and it was okay for everybody to have an opinion. But what came down now to make it a row is with BJP MP from Mandi, Kangana Ranaut. picking it up and saying that it is intentionally creepy. Why would an actor wear such skimpy clothes, a bikini top, while celebrating a bond between a brother and a sister? But then Kriti Sanon has rightfully said, while hitting back at the BJP MP, that a woman should not be judged by her clothes. This is a festival between a brother and a sister, and clothes do not matter. Emotions matter. This is what a one-line response has been, and very rightly so. Clothes do not matter, and I hope that men today are not worried about the clothes, but also about the intention of the people or of the women. And in 2026, if we are still debating on what women wear, then it is shameful enough.
That's right. In fact, and this is again happening between two women actors. And we'll continue to see that this debate once again comes up in various phases. And in fact, we have a big breaking news coming in. We're cutting across to Piyush Goyal, who is in Japan. He's speaking right now. Let's listen to him.
Electronics manufacturing base. Japan, I can see from the comments made here, has engaged in the semiconductor ecosystem, whether it's materials, whether it's gases, whether it's equipment, whether it's logistics, fab, and finally, of course, the ATMP, the entire process, including design, at a very early date. And therefore, you have advanced semiconductor equipment, materials, specialty chemicals, precision manufacturing and process technology, deep industrial and R&D capabilities, and have been able to establish global-scale semiconductor industries. Thus, the complementarity between Japan and India makes it a very strategic opportunity. And I do hope that working together, we can truly meet the aspiration of 1.4 billion Indians and the growing opportunities that Japan is looking for through the India growth story. Our own electronic story has also undergone a profound structural shift. Production has grown fivefold in the last 10 years. Exports have touched nearly $45–50 billion in recent years. But as I said, the India story has also just begun. I see a Japanese footprint in our India transformation and progress towards the semiconductor industry is showing fruits of turning into reality. The CG Power facility in Sanand, one of the first plants to commence commercial production, is anchored by Renesas Electronics from Japan. This is a lighthouse project out of the $19 billion of projects that are already underway. I think the momentum is sharp, and I do believe that the intention on both sides is very strong. Both our leaders have discussed this issue in great detail during the visit of Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Japan, Ms. Senei, to India last month. And all the 6 pillars, the first pillar of design, where we aim to develop IPs, design of chips and systems, and work with India as a key semiconductor chip design partner country. Second pillar of machines and materials, where companies involved in manufacturing and R&D are welcome, chemicals and gases are welcome, all of these being essential for our manufacturing industry and will be incentivized. We hope that this will lay the foundation for sustainable growth in India and will help develop the precision manufacturing of semiconductors back home in India. In the third pillar, we are looking at setting up more fab units. The first fab is scheduled to be commissioned in 2028. The world is showing greater confidence in India. We will make efforts to attract more manufacturers to come to India to set up fabs and manufacture chips, including silicon fabs, compound semiconductor fabs, discrete component fabs, display fabs, etc. In the fourth pillar, we wish to further strengthen the ATMP and OSAT industry. We've had some success in Semicon 1 with ATMP. We hope that ATMP and OSAT units will come in greater numbers in Semicon 2 and beyond. The fifth pillar on research and development is a journey which we started with 28 nanometer up to 110 nanometer as the nodes that we are looking at. Now the focus will be on developing more advanced nodes and other advanced technologies in collaboration with Japanese companies. In the sixth pillar is talent development, which was alluded to towards the end of our discussion. We have 315 universities now training our students on complex chip design using the latest EDA tools. And so far, 68,000 students have been trained at different levels. We wish to develop this process further and deepen the level of engagement with Japanese companies to promote training in our colleges, in our universities. We hope the Japanese industry will be actively engaged in deepening the clean room, fab construction, and other ecosystem training as well. Friends, sky is the limit in terms of potential. It is for industry from both the Indian side and the Japanese side to grab the opportunity. I have noted some of the concerns that were flagged off today. The concerns about BIS certification was also flagged off yesterday when Okubo-san from Tokyo Electron discussed it in detail. And I'm happy to share with you that we have taken action yesterday itself. We have already instructed BIS and the Ministry of Commerce and Industry to work on a framework to support high-tech industry, not necessarily only Japanese companies, but high-tech industries coming in to promote the Make in India program, to create a framework of exemption from BIS certification required for all the equipment and components that they need to bring to India to promote their manufacturing in India. I believe it's a very logical step, given that Tokyo Electron and companies such as yours, which come in to make high-quality semicon products, are going to get high-quality products into the country. You are not going to compromise on quality at all, even if it comes at a cheaper price. So with that confidence, we'll be creating a framework which will either give company-level or industry-level exemptions. We will work on the framework as I get back to India and find a solution for bulk exemption or product or project-based exemption or company-based exemption so that we can have timely supply of products, goods, and services and support your work in India. Similarly, I have noted what was mentioned by some of the participants, I think more particularly by Fuji Electric Company Limited, about regulatory complexity. I think at the central level, you will not find us wanting, but I assure you that even at the state or local level, we will stand ready and willing to support you fully. States in India are also aligned, irrespective of political affiliation, with this mission. And we will be completely at your disposal and at the disposal of companies from around the world who come to India to be a part of our foray into the semiconductor industry, in high-tech businesses, in the artificial intelligence or quantum computing sector, in the process of setting up data centers. We will be working closely with all of you, even at the local and state level. We have noted your point about social infrastructure, and I do believe it's very important that just like we created infrastructure in the 11 Japanese industrial townships, where we created smart cities, where we tried to bring the feel of Japan into the social infrastructure. Dholera, we are working on those lines, so that between Dholera and Sanand, we can create social infrastructure like schooling, lodging, hospital, restaurants, hotels. I think possibly a golf course should also be created, so that we can make you feel at home. And all the Japanese expats and experts, we assure you that we will make sure that places like Dholera, Jagi Road, and other places where you are setting up operations will have reliable electricity, ultra pure water, clean room infrastructure, waste treatment, and high quality logistics, along with social infrastructure, to make your journey in India faster and much more exciting. You have also raised the issue of SEZ notifications. We have discussed this in detail yesterday also, and will take timely action so that all your companies can take the benefits of the incentives offered through the SEZ framework or the EU framework or the MOOWR framework, whichever one each one of you chooses in different parts of the country. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, we are seized of the partnership's potential and will work through our mission to remain engaged with all of you. You have an open door waiting for you in the mission, in my Ministry of Commerce and Industry, in the Ministry of Electronics and IT, led by my friend and colleague, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, back home in India. And together, we will make your journey pleasurable, fruitful, profitable, and prosperous. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And that was Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. He was addressing and speaking in Japan, and he was also speaking about the manufacturing and industrial ties with Japan, and how India is looking forward to tying up. Especially, he mentioned about semiconductor manufacturing and the extraction of the critical minerals as well. And he was also talking about those semiconductors in developing jointly with Japan in terms of the 6 pillars that he mentioned, including the design, the research and development as well, and the 6 pillars that he mentioned. And he was also speaking on a big push towards improving the manufacturing hubs in the country. And viewers, moving on, in a big win for Republic Network, Chief Minister Subendu Adhikari has announced that all cases registered against Republic Bangla will be withdrawn, terming the media network the worst sufferer of political vendetta in West Bengal. Subendu Adhikari also stated that the news channel had been subjected to targeted legal action under the previous administration, with 31 distinct cases lodged against its journalists and management over recent years. In fact, he made this summit yesterday in our Bangla summit, and he was speaking about our Bangla being subjected to 31 fake cases, which he announced that all the 31 cases will now be withdrawn. This is in fact a big win for Republic, and the Subendu Adhikari administration has said that that will be put into effect very soon. The latest that we're tracking, and a big win for Republic in fact. And also, let's listen in to exactly what he said in this regard. Take a listen.
আপনি নিজেই বলেছেন 31 কেসেস লজ এগেইনস্ট রিপাবলিক মিডিয়া সবাই দেখেছেন সন্ময় বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে তার পানিহাটির বাড়ি থেকে মারতে মারতে তুলে নিয়ে গিয়ে পুরুলিয়ার কেসে ট্যাগ করা হয়েছে এমন প্রচুর উদাহরণ আছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে বেশি সাফারার আই নো আর অ্যাজ এ চিফ মিনিস্টার অ্যাজ এ হোম মিনিস্টার আমি ডিক্লেয়ার করছি ক্যাবিনেটে আমি রিপাবলিকের সব কেসকে উইথড্র করব ইটস মাই কমিটমেন্ট all cases are false fabricated lodged by the Mamata Banerjee's government due to their vendetta এ জিনিস চলতে পারে না মুক্ত কর ভয় আপন মাঝে শক্তি ধরো নিজেরে কর জয় তাই নরেন্দ্র মোদীজি বলেছিলেন ভয় আউট ভরসা ইন
And now slipping into a very short break, but we'll be right back with you with more updates on the other side. Coming up next, Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmit Ram Rahim currently lodged in Sunaria Jail in Rohtak and serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in Dera Sacha Sola rape cases has been granted 21 days of furlough. Coming up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट वो भी हर महीने
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ सोच बदलो और बैंक भी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Coming up after a very short break, a video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA B Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Coming up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Scott Besant.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And now, viewers, we request you to join us on Republic as we celebrate a voice that has given Indian music some of its most unforgettable moments. From the soulful melodies to the high-energy anthems, Shankar Mahadevan has consistently pushed the boundaries of Indian music while staying rooted in its soul. A singer, a composer, and a performer whose voice can move from classical brilliance to contemporary magic. Shankar Mahadevan has created music that generations continue to connect with. And now we celebrate the legend himself, the voice and the incredible journey of Shankar Mahadevan. Catch the special tribute only on Republic TV. It's time now for the headlines. Supreme Court rejects rapist Tarun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender, directs him to surrender within 2 weeks. West Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements. Orders probe after anti-national slogans and graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic TV. Bengal Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari orders all fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in Sunaria jail, serving 2 separate 10-year death sentences in rape cases, has been granted 21 days of furlough. ED flags funds without FCR registration, 2.88 crore rupee foreign funds under ED scanner. NSA Ajit Doval is on a 2-day visit to China, meets Chinese Vice President, talks scheduled with his Chinese counterpart, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, on the border and boundary issues. Viewers, Chief Minister of West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, has asked Jadavpur University authorities to conduct an inquiry into the objectionable and anti-national wall graffiti and drawings inside the hostel premises. And on a social media platform X, he has shared a video of the graffiti and has added that the campus premises must not be used for platforms for spreading propaganda and anti-India sentiment. Now, viewers, the Chief Minister's office has also received concerning videos like the ones we are running right now and photographic representations to the CM's grievance cell. You can see what all has been written on the walls, the Chashme Awam vision of masses, so on and so forth. There are many such slogans that have been written. These are also, we've seen that even there have been clashes also that have broken out between ABVP, the SFI students, the left and the right-wing student organizations. And you can see the break fascism and such graffiti on the walls of Jadavpur University. 19th and 20th of August was when the clashes had broken out between the activists of the Students' Federation of India, that is the CPIM student wing, and the ABVP outside the Jadavpur University in South Kolkata. So you can see Free Palestine slogans are also now painted over there. And BJP's Priyanka Tibrewal is joining us live on the broadcast. Mr. Brewal, this is Jadavpur University has been in the controversies earlier as well, but right now we see these clashes happening and then these graffitis. Shubhendu Adhikari, the Chief Minister, has now also ordered an inquiry into the matter. Ma'am, how do you react to what's going on?
See, it was reported by some of the consented students who said that these kind of images and graffiti was found there on the walls. Now we have to understand that why is an educational institution being used for these kind of drawings or theatrics or rhetoric or any kind of anti-India feelings which they are trying to arise amongst the students. This has to be really looked into, not just that. proper investigation, a thorough investigation has to be done. Because this is not that the first time this college or the university is come into question. Before this also, a number of occasions we have seen. We also remember that there was an occasion where, the then member of parliament, who was a member of parliament, Babul Supriyo, with Bharatiya Janata Party, visited the college and the university, and he was surrounded inside the university and was not allowed to move outside. Now, we completely believe with our government in West Bengal, which is a zero-tolerance government or any kind of gundaism or anti-national activities, and we follow a zero-tolerance policy. So the campuses and these educational institutions, stringent action should be taken in these places where we believe that no kind of politics or anti-national or anti-India activities should be encouraged in these colleges. So the university has to seriously look into this, because this is not just by chance, but this is on purpose that these kind of things are prevailing in the university.
Absolutely. So, we've seen that these activities have gone unchecked many a times in different parts of the country and even in West Bengal. But this time, we see that there has been a prompt action from the government.
See, not just the action. What I believe is, in order to stop this kind of divisive rhetoric and unsocial activities, certain discipline needs to be maintained in the university. Like I told you about the past, I will just mention one or two incidents. Like in August 2023, a first-year student, Swapnadeep Kundu, he was just 17. He was subjected to ragging and sexual harassment, and he fell from the hostel balcony and he died. Now, what was the investigation which was done after that? We don't know, because the then government did not think that it was important to investigate certain issues like these, where, discipline of the college is hampered. So we are strictly speaking about the discipline of the institution. We are saying that an educational institution is there to provide education and to bring out the youth of the nation so that tomorrow they are the future of our country. But if instead of grooming these students, if these kind of theatrics are done in the college and to create an anti-national feeling and anti-India feeling, then this has to be looked into.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Rival, for joining us with your reaction on that development. We're closely tracking from West Bengal. In the meantime, we also have my colleague from our Bangla filing this report from the Jadavpur University.
Controversial posters and photos have surfaced on the wall of various parts of Jadavpur University. This is the picture, and these photographs and videos of the material have already reached the Chief Minister's office. Several such images have reportedly been painted on the walls of Jadavpur University campus. Following allegations of anti-national activities, Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has directed that the entire matter be investigated on the ground by visiting the spot. The Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University and officials of Higher Education Department have been instructed to conduct an on-site investigation and take necessary action.
अभी तक नॉर्मल सिचुएशन ही है। जो प्रॉब्लम हुआ था उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए जो प्रिकॉशंस लेना पड़ा हम लोग ले रहे हैं। इंक्वायरी कमीशन वाज फॉर्म्ड एंड पुलिस को जो हेल्प चाहिए हम लोग किया है। उन लोग को जो कोऑपरेशन जो यूनिवर्सिटी पार्ट से है हम लोग फुल्ली कोऑपरेट करेंगे।
उस दिन फिरसू में जो जीबी हो रहा था उसमें जो फिरसू का जीबी है मतलब वो बाय डिफॉल्ट हर किसी उस जीबी में इन्वाइटेड है। मतलब अगर वो इंजीनियरिंग का स्टूडेंट्स हो तो मतलब जो किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से जुड़ा हो, जैसे पीडीएसएफ हो, आईसा हो, लेफ्टिस्ट वाला ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पकड़िए या फिर आप राइटिस्ट वाला एबीवीपी हो, एनएसएफ हो, सबको। तो जब एबीवीपी वाला गया तो वहाँ पे जीबी करके अकाउंट जो सिग्नेटरी है वो उसका स्क्रीनशॉट भी आप देख सकते हैं। वो सिग्नेचर करने की जो वो है वो सिलेक्शन करने वाला था। तो उसने बोला कि ये दिस इज नॉट द लीगल प्रोसेस, इफ़ यू वांट टू select this then you have to go for election and let us go together to the dean of students and let them decide that when they will conduct the election. But वो लोग इस बात पे उन पर चढ़ाव हो गया है, तो चढ़ाव होकर उनको मारा भी है। उसके बाद वो लोग हॉस्पिटल एडमिट है और उसके बाद आप लोग सभी जानते हैं कि क्या क्या हो रहा है। और ये एक ऐसा तस्वीर है जो जहाँ पे ये लोगों को ये रिप्रेजेंट करता है कि इनको देश के बारे में चिंता नहीं है, बाहर के बारे में ज़्यादा चिंता है। तो ये देश के लिए सोचता है या बाहर के लिए आपको ज़्यादा मतलब आपको सोचना चाहिए।
लेकिन वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट वर्तमान सरकार ने जो स्टेप ले रहा है इसके ऊपर उसका क्या कार्यक्रम है?
वो लोग बहुत डरे हुए हैं बहुत डरे हुए, रात में छुपे हुए थे, ठीक है। लेकिन ये बात स्पष्ट है, अगर हमारे एबीवीपी के किसी भी कार्यकर्ता पे एक भी आंचड़ आएगा, जो करना है हम करेंगे। एकदम सिंपल क्लियर मैसेज है। और गवर्नमेंट हमारे साथ है, जो क्योंकि हम लोग लीगल है इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट हमारे साथ है। तो इस बात से हम लोग हमारे एबीवीपी की यूनिट की तरफ से गवर्नमेंट का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
And viewers, we have some breaking news coming in from the national capital. This is amidst the outbreak of swine flu cases. Now, CM Rekha Gupta has called for an emergency meeting on swine flu and the rise of swine flu-related cases in the national capital. The H1N1 situation, the Chief Minister says, is under control. Around 3,000 cases have been recorded, viewers. But Rekha Gupta right now is holding a meeting. But the Health Minister says that the situation is under control. Health Minister Pankaj Singh also said that isolation wards have been set up across Delhi hospitals, and all this amid the H1N1 surge. So isolation was set up across the national capital, says the minister. But we see that there's a rise in the cases, the cases of swine flu or the H1N1 virus continues to rise. Saurav joins us for more. Saurav, of course, it's a cause of concern. We see that there is an uptick in the cases of swine flu. But what have been the measures that have been taken so far by the government of Delhi?
Right, Rakshita, the H1N1 case, which is also popularly known as the swine flu. The cases of swine flu have sharply recorded a rise in the national capital, as nearly 3,000 cases, active cases have been registered in Delhi right now. And as we speak, Delhi Health Minister Pankaj Singh has also said that all the hospitals should be equipped with the necessary medicines and the emergency supplies so that this health crisis can be taken care of. They have also ordered all the Delhi government hospitals to make an isolated ward in which the cases of the swine flu will be treated. And this H1N1 strain is developed over the years, and that is why it is spreading so rapidly in the national capital. However, the doctors are claiming that this strain is new, and this is catching people because it is a new developed virus and it is strong more than ever. And they have said that this is causing because of the monsoon season and the humidity in the weather. They have also advised that the vulnerable group of people, including the senior citizens and the children, should be made aware of the whole situation, and they should be kept in the home only. And they have also said that they should not get into the crowded places, and if anyone is sneezing near them, they should take precautionary measures and they should wear masks in this situation. However, Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has also called for an emergency meeting in this regard, and they have this meeting will focus on how rapidly these cases are increasing in the national capital and what more measures could be taken so that this cannot turn into a major health crisis in the national capital. However, Delhi government hospitals have been equipped with all the necessary supplies and the medical supplies, including the oxygen and the necessary medicines which are required in the swine flu infection. These are the latest details which we are fetching from the ground, Rakshita.
All right, thank you so much, Saurav, for joining us with details coming in on that story. With that, viewers, we are now shifting our focus to breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where it's a major setback for actor darshan in the Arena Kwasami murder case. The court has approved Pradosh as approver in a major development now in the case. 59th. The court has accepted Pradosh's plea to turn approver in the Renu Swami murder case. Now, viewers, who is Pradosh? Pradosh was earlier an accused in this case, and he's now going to become an approver. That is, as a witness. He's required to disclose the truth and facts about the case that are known to him. The court will record his statement subsequently. Pradosh has been directed to remain in jail until the trial concludes, and if he fails to disclose the truth or comply with the conditions, he could lose his approver status and be treated as an accused again. Now, the accused appeared before the court through a video conference. So there is another setback for actor Darshan, who is the accused number 2 in this case, Renu Goswami murder case. And this is an update coming in on that case, that one of the accused is now turning an approver. And viewers, this is the breaking news we have right now. Court had also earlier rejected Darshan's plea for physical presence, allowing video conference. And the case continues. And this was a brutal murder of Renu Goswami, who was allegedly threatening Darshan's friend. And now what we are understanding is that one of the accused is turning an approver. Two of them earlier, 2 weeks ago, two accused in this case had sought approver status. And my colleague Aditi is joining us live at the broadcast from the newsroom for more. It's a setback, of course. Two accused earlier had sought to turn approver, but one of them, we understand, Pradosh, will be now turning a witness.
Absolutely, major headache for Kannada superstar Darshan now. Remember in 2024 when Kannada star Darshan, he gathered his friends, or I should say accomplices in the crime now. And Renuka Swami, who was a fan of Darshan, he was brutally attacked, and the post-mortem report stated that 52 times with blunt object, he was brutally killed by these people as alleged in the FIR and in the post-mortem report that came out. In 2024, in June it happened. The allegation was that Renuka Swami was trolling and stalking Darshan's then girlfriend or female friend, Pavitra, after which this whole case fell out, and now the trouble is mounting for Darshan as one more person is going to turn approver, which will only add more gruesome details will come out now. What happened on that day when Renuka Swami was murdered by allegedly Darshan.
We have Abhishek also joining us on the broadcast from Bengaluru. Abhishek, tell us more details. What are you picking up from the court?
Well, with respect to Renuka Swami's murder case, actor Darshan is already behind the bars and is experiencing the sentence which has been laid on by the Karnataka High Court. On the other hand, his very own friend Pradosh has turned into an approver. He had previously approached the court stating that he wants to turn into an approver in this particular case because he claims to be an eyewitness in this particular case and he knows what had happened previously, and he also knew how the body was supposed to be disposed of, and he was in this particular murder incident from level 1 to the last level. So this might be a major setback to Darshan at this particular time, because the court has also laid a condition where it has mentioned the fact that if at all Pradosh is found guilty of making any false statement, he will be turned into an accused again with another additional punishment. But if at all his statements are turning towards the truth, and there might be chance for him to get out of the jail probably even before the due date, or he might be, the consideration is that the sentence might be reduced in Pradosh's case if at all he gives any true answers, or he gives any data which is very approving of Darshan's involvement in this particular matter. So we will have to see what happens in the next due course, because the accused Pradosh has appeared via video conference to mention that he is ready to become an approver, and we will have to see what happens in the next couple of days.
All right. Thank you so much, Aditi and Abhishek, for joining us with details coming in on that story. Now we shift our focus, viewers, to the other stories that we are talking for you, and this is in connection with Ram Rahim's another release. In total, 17 releases have taken place, viewers. 17 times the convict has been out on jail. The area such as Sauda Chief, Gurmeet Ram Rahim, is now out on furlough. The convicted rapist serving a 20-year sentence for raping 2 women disciples has been granted another 21-day temporary release. This is Ram Rahim's 17th temporary release since he was jailed, and what makes this release significant is that unlike several early outings at the Barnava in Uttar Pradesh, the data chief is once again allowed to stay at the Sirsa headquarters. Here's more.
Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim is once again walking out of the prison, this time on a 21-day furlough. Over the years, he has repeatedly been granted parole or furlough, triggering questions over how many times a convicted prisoner can be allowed temporary freedom. In his previous outings, Ram Rahim was sent to Dera Barnawa Ashram in Bagpat, Uttar Pradesh. Ram Rahim was convicted by a special CBI court in 2017 for raping 2 women disciples at the Dera Sacha Sauda headquarters in Sirsa. However, in the latest video, he has increasingly been allowed to stay at the Sirsa headquarters, making this his 3rd consecutive visit over there. These releases have often drawn political and public scrutiny, particularly because of his large following in Haryana and Punjab and their proximity to elections. The latest furlough has once again put the spotlight on the parole for high-profile prisoners. Ram Rahim is also serving a life sentence in murder case of former Dera manager Ranjit Singh. He was additionally convicted in the murder of journalist Ram Chandra Chhatrapati.
Now, viewers, in some more updates as far as the crackdown against food safety violations concerned, a Pune resident now has shared a video that shows a live worm moving inside a pastry he had bought from Paul Bakery in Pune. Now, this comes amid the severe backlash. The cafe bakery now is facing a similar experience by a Gurugram customer, that is the Paul Bakery. It's a patisserie giant. And in Gurugram also, there was a live worm that was found inside the sandwich. Here's more.
Another shocking video has surfaced online that has raised concerns over food safety. A resident of Pune has shared a video where a maggot was found inside a pastry. The pastry, which had been bought from the Paul India outlet in the city, had a live worm moving inside the eatable. The post comes a day after another customer's similar experience at Paul India's Gurugram outlet, where he found a live worm inside a sandwich. The resident who bought the pastry from the outlet located in Phoenix Market City Mall soon shared a video showing a live worm moving inside the pastry. However, there have been no response yet from Paul India's Pune outlet regarding the customer's video. The concerns raised over food safety highlight the need for stricter monitoring, proper hygiene practices, and greater accountability.
Now, days after CCTV footage of a woman police sub-inspector on duty being assaulted and threatened by the daughter of a sitting BJP MLA at a temple in Karnataka's Mandya district went viral, Republic has now spoken to the BJP MLA Suresh Gowda. He, in fact, has said sorry, and he also has spoken to Republic TV about what really happened. He has his version. Listen in.
Actually, on that day, Bhima Amavasya, I think 12th of August, the incident was happened. Then I come to know that after the incident is over. So I asked my daughter what has happened. She told I had been to temple. My both grandchildren, our daughter and son, had a chicken pox. For that, she had gone to put a water on to the children. So in that incident, she requested the sub-inspector to let that Pujari should put the water on both the children. So she refused. After that, one more person has come to the temple. She let him inside the temple. So that time she asked the thing, why you allowed that person, why you are not allowing me? See, something, I brought two children, they had the chicken pox. Let me 1 minute, I will go and come inside the temple and requested. So that became a worst to worst conversation was happened. So action, reaction. What my daughter has said, something, what the sub-inspector has told, I don't know. Police officers always, they have pressure on the public places. Because huge crowd was there, they have to control it. My daughter should also listen to what the police officer has says. Because we have to obey the officers when we are in the public life. So people goes to the temple for the peace of mind, not to lose the peace of mind.
But in that particular video, sir, it is your daughter who first slapped the sub-inspector, and then in reply she also slaps her. What might be the reason? Because Aishwarya lost the cool.
No, why we lose the control? When some officers say something, abuse the things in the temple, inside the temple. Okay, my daughter says she abused the thing, you, my husband, my children, all this, that's what I control the thing. I don't know what exact it is. Whether it is true or not, I don't know. So we should have a inquiry. So that I don't require also. See, it is a temple. In the hangar it was happened. In the patience, both should have patience. Police officers should also have a patience to handle the public.
And now it's time for a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We have lots more lined up for you on the other side. The ED has flagged funds without FCRA registration. 2.88 crore pay foreign funds under scanner.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Scott Besant.
Welcome back, viewers. A major H-1B visa shock for skilled foreign workers, and especially for Indian professionals coming in. Now, the Trump administration has proposed an additional $103,265 fee on H-1B applications subject to the annual cap. The move comes after a previous $100,000 H-1B fee was struck down by a U.S. court. Vice President J.D. Vance has now made the administration's position clear. American companies that need workers should hire and train Americans first themselves. India stands to be among the countries most affected, with Indian nationals accounting for about 71% of the H-1B beneficiaries in the fiscal year 2024. Here's more.
A fresh H-1B shock from the Trump administration. $103,265. That's the additional fees the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has proposed for the H-1B cap subject petitions. This isn't just for the applicants coming from abroad. The proposed fee would apply to all H-1B petitions subject to the annual cap, including applications eligible under the U.S. master's degree exemption. The H-1B program allows American employers to hire foreign workers in specialized occupations, particularly across technology, engineering, research, and other highly skilled sectors. Under the congressional cap, the United States currently allows 65,000 H-1B visas every year under the regular quota, with another 20,000 slots reserved for foreign workers holding a master's degree or higher education from the U.S. institutions. That means the proposed fee would potentially apply across the 85,000 visa cap subject pool, and the financial impact could be enormous. Department of Homeland Security estimates the proposed fee could generate approximately $8.8 billion annually. This is based on the 85,000 cap subject petitions. But there is an important distinction. This is a proposed additional fee, not a final rule, which brings the spotlight firmly onto India. Because when it comes to H-1B visa program, India is by far the largest beneficiary. USCIS data shows that in fiscal year 2024, Indian nationals accounted for 283,755 approved H-1B petitions, which is around 71% of all approved H-1B petitions. China was a distant second, with about 11.7%. The Trump administration says the objective is not to shut the doors on foreign talent.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार
विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Scott Beth.
Supreme Court rejects the rapist Tarun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender, directs Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks. West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders probe after anti-national slogans, graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic. Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu orders all fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA B Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in the Dera Sacha Soda rape cases has been granted 21 days of furlough. ED flags funds without FCRA registration, 2.88 crore rupees foreign funds under ED scanner. Actor Kriti Sanon's Raksha Bandhan ad sparks row. BJP MP Kangana Ranaut calls actor stop bikini. In fact, Kriti Sanon hits back, says why women should be judged based on clothes. After worms in Gurugram pole sandwich, now maggots found in dessert of the high-end eateries food in Pune. Citizens say apology not enough. NSA Ajit Doval is on a 2-day visit to China amidst Chinese Vice President talks scheduled with his Chinese counterpart. Now viewers, the Supreme Court has directed rapist and former Tehalka editor Tarun Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks' time, rejecting his plea for exemption from surrendering before his appeal. The Goa bench of the Bombay High Court on August 6 convicted Tejpal and sentenced him to 10 years in prison for raping a former colleague in 2013, overturning his 2021 acquittal in the case. And now, viewers, in this, the Supreme Court has heard a plea, and he was trying to seek an exemption of surrendering before this on August 6. In fact, the Bombay High Court of the Goa bench have sentenced him to 10 years rigorous punishment, rigorous imprisonment on the 2013 rape case. And now, after this exemption has now been rejected by the Supreme Court, my colleague Sarthak joins us to give us more details on this. Sarthak, give us more details and what exactly went down in the court during the hearing. This was a plea that Tarun Tejpal's side has filed at the Supreme Court, trying to exempt this particular, for him to surrender. And now the Supreme Court has said that he should be surrendering within 2 weeks' time and also should furnish the surrender certificate to the court.
Well, Amrita, on August 6, 2026, Bombay High Court revolutionary overturned the order that was passed by the Sessions Court in 2021, back in 2021, where Tarun Tejpal was given an acquittal in this particular case. The Bombay High Court completely overturned that, and Tarun Tejpal was convicted in that case. He was given 10 years of rigorous imprisonment. However, it was not the end of the story, because Tarun Tejpal appealed before the Supreme Court and he filed a plea where he was expecting the exemption from the 4 weeks period that was given by Bombay High Court after giving him 10 years of rigorous imprisonment to surrender before the police. However, he filed an appeal before the Supreme Court, expecting the Supreme Court to intervene and pass an exemption before, just so that he can file an appeal against such a conviction in the Supreme Court. However, the Supreme Court has completely rejected that plea, and now he has been given 2 weeks of time to surrender. The Tarun Tejpal has to surrender for within 2 weeks. That has been an order passed by the Supreme Court. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta had also pointed out and observed in the court that Tarun Tejpal had two options: either to surrender as it was directed by the Bombay High Court, or file an application before the Bombay High Court for the exemption of that 4 weeks period of surrender period that was given by the Bombay High Court. However, he did not do any of that. He simply moved to the Supreme Court, appealed before the Supreme Court, expecting Supreme Court to intervene and exempt from that 4-week period. The Supreme Court has completely rejected that. He has been given 2 weeks period to surrender, and now he has to appeal. If he has to appeal before the Supreme Court regarding that conviction, he has to do it from jail. Kapil Sibal was representing him in this particular matter before the Supreme Court. He argued that he is a senior citizen, and the case has been pending for a very long time. The same sorry arguments that were made before the Bombay High Court, the same arguments were made before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was completely inconsiderate of any of those arguments, and now Tarun Tejpal is in a difficult predicament because he has been given 2 weeks period to surrender, and he has to surrender before the police within this time frame. And now if he has to appeal before the Supreme Court, he has to do it from jail. Amrita.
That's right. Thank you so much for all of those details, Sarthak. And in fact, now Tarun Tejpal has just 2 weeks' time to surrender before the court. And these are live visuals that we're tracking. Big breaking news coming in at the moment. These are pro-Kannada protesters. They are protesting against the Kaveri water dispute, and we can see them being hauled over in a police vehicle as well. This is after a protest broke out. These are live visuals that we're tracking, and this is on the Kaveri water dispute. Pro-Kannada protesters, they are demanding against the Kaveri water dispute row that has been gripping the state, the two states, in fact. We're getting to see that some of them being hauled over in a police vehicle as well after this protest broke out. We're trying to know of the details into what exactly happened on this, and this is the live visuals that we're tracking on the Kaveri water dispute, where the several protesters have been holding out protests, and pro-Kannada protests that we are getting to know now. And this is on the Kaveri water dispute. In fact, we're getting to know that the protesters are being taken over in a police vehicle as well. And we're trying to get more information on this as it happens. But these are live visuals that we're tracking on the Kaveri water dispute that has, in fact, gripped both Karnataka and Tamil Nadu on this issue. These are pro-Kannada protesters, and they are, again, this protest breaking out over the Kaveri water dispute, the Kaveri river sharing dispute. And in that, we're getting to see several police officials also deployed at the scene at this, and some of them being hauled over in the police vehicle also. And these are pro-Kannada protesters that we're getting to know, the activists who have been protesting on the Kaveri water dispute issue. And moving on to another top story, Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has called an emergency meeting as swine flu cases nears 3,000. The H1N1 situation is under control in Delhi. That's what the Chief Minister has, in fact, the Health Minister has said. And isolation wards are being set up across Delhi hospitals amid the H1N1 surge. In fact, the Chief Minister Rekha Gupta also has held a meeting on the swine flu cases as the number of the cases has risen to 3,000, and we're getting to know that there have been isolation wards that are put in place. The Health Minister has said that the situation is under control, and despite that, the Chief Minister has held a meeting on the cases rising, and so far 3,000 people have been detected in this. My colleague joins us, Saurav, to give us more updates in this. Saurav, can you break it down for us? We know that you have spoken to to various people outside of the hospital as well, and we're getting to know that the Health Minister has said that the situation is under control, although we're getting to this information, these reports that the number has touched 3,000 cases. H1N1 virus continue to rise. Give us more details on this.
Right, Amrita, you rightly mentioned that the cases are rising in the national capital of the swine flu, which is also known as H1N1 virus. And as per the official figures in Delhi currently, there are 3,000 active cases of the swine flu. And Health Minister Pankaj Singh has said that there is no cause of concern as all the hospitals are ready to tackle any kind of situation here. They have also ordered that every government hospital should have an isolated ward so that the people affected with the swine flu can be admitted there, and in that isolated ward there should be everything available like the emergency supplies like oxygen and the other medicines which are used to cure swine flu. However, Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has also called for an emergency meeting in this regard, and they have also instructed all the hospitals to get ready to tackle any kind of health crisis situation which can emerge in the national capital. However, the doctors are saying that this sharp uptick in the swine flu cases is due to the weather and the people visiting the crowded places and getting infected from the others. And they have also advised that the children and the senior citizens who comes in a vulnerable group, they should be made aware of this whole situation, and they should not go out of their houses if it is something necessary. However, the other thing is that this year they have the swine flu cases have risen 6-fold. As last year the cases were nearly 229, but this year this has crossed more than 3,000 cases in the national capital. However, the Delhi government has taken cognizance of this whole matter, and the hospitals are becoming ready to tackle any kind of health crisis situation which can arise in the national capital in the near future due to the rising cases of the swine flu. This is the H1N1 strain, and the doctors have said that this strain has become strong over the period of time, and due to this only, this has the capital has seen such a uptick in the swine flu cases. Back to you.
That's right. Thank you so much for all of those updates. And in fact, Republic also spoke to the doctor who has been in charge of overlooking this H1N1 cases. Let's take a listen into what he had to say.
So, it belongs to the influenza family, which has, other viruses also. And there is a constant kind of a cycling of the predominant variety which would be prevalent in this particular year. So it is not that H1N1 is strange to Delhi. It has been there in the earlier years also. So it's a kind of a cyclical pattern. And last year it was H3N2. So this year it is H1N1. So there's nothing unusual. This is a natural process.
So, sir, is the strain developed itself more? So that is why are the people getting more affected by this year, or it is due to the weather, monsoon? Why it is happening?
So the virulence of the strain stands as it was always, but it is the seasonal change. I mean, now that we've had certain spells of rain, and there's a increased humidity and persistent moisture in the atmosphere. So what happens? The cough and the sneezing, which is releasing the virion particle, the virus particles, which is the contagium. That virus particle is a contagium. So in a dry weather, that virus particle will dry off and die, will be perished. But when we have a high level of humidity, there's a moisture which condenses around the virus, and the persistence of the virus is for much longer time. So in a crowded place, the virus will not just dissipate, but would probably enter someone's airways. So that is the thing. So here comes the cue also as to how to prevent it, that we have to avoid visits to the overcrowded places. That is one basic thing, and try to use those preventive measures like creating a barrier by using a mask, frequent hand washes, because we do open the same handle of a common door. We are using remote, we are using call bells, we are using the lift buttons, and we are frequenting public toilets and all that. So frequent hand washing is one way to restrict that.
So, sir, any particular age group is more affected or vulnerable to this whole situation, like children, adults, senior citizens, and what precautionary measures should they take to avoid this?
So it is always the two extremes of the ages, the young ones, the children, as well as the elderly senior citizens, who are more prone medically to pick up the infection. And on top of that, persons who are suffering from chronic kidney disease, bronchial asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, commonly known as COPD, or bronchitis, diabetic patients who are not so well controlled. So they are more prone to get it. Then it should be a universal precaution for all of the senior citizens. And the basic precautions, as I earlier mentioned, is avoiding the visits to crowded places is one of the most important preventive measure. Second is wearing a mask. Third is frequent hand washing, and that would cover. And there's a vaccine also which is there, the tetravalent influenza vaccine, which covers for H1N1 swine flu also. So every year around this time only we get the new batch of influenza vaccine. So that should be taken on a regular basis by all the persons who are more at risk.
So as we have seen, the cases is rising suddenly. So is the national capital ready to handle such kind of a crisis situation?
Yeah, I think it is. The government has already taken a proactive step, and as has been notified by the health ministry, both the state ministry and the central government, the precautions are already in place. So I'm very confident about our healthcare system, and with the COVID experience, we all know what all are the do's and don'ts and how to get into action for prevention.
And now, viewers, moving ahead to another story. The Enforcement Directorate has probed a Rajasthan-based Protestant pastor for allegedly receiving over 2 crore in foreign funds without FCRA registration, which it claims were used for proselytization and conversion activities among SC and ST communities. Acting on intelligence inputs, the Enforcement Directorate searched the premises of the pastor, Ravi Mohan of Hope Ministry, and his wife Gunjan Sharma, alleging that they received a total of around 2.34 to 2.88 crore rupees in donations, primarily from US-based donor Thomas Eugene Lynch, founder and president of the South Carolina nonprofit Give Back to Humanity Incorporated. And the agency also said that the Paharia remained in regular contact with foreign nationals and organized religious gatherings targeting underprivileged and tribal groups in Jaipur and southern Rajasthan on their instructions. One project under scrutiny is the Children of Hope School, which is also known as Niranjan Vidya Mandir in Jaipur, where Paharia serves as the school principal. In fact, a big crackdown on the conversion racket, once again getting to know that the money which was, in fact, a source from the US was, in fact, used for proselytization on this. In fact, my colleague Rahul joins us on the phone line to give us more details. Rahul, can you tell us more into this incident? And we're getting to know that over 2 crore rupees was used for proselytization, which was even not registered under the FCRA Act. And this was, in fact, directly donated funds from the US-based groups.
बिल्कुल, देखिए राजधानी जयपुर से ये पूरा मामला है। जब शुक्रवार को ये पूरा मामला निकल कर आया, जब राजधानी जयपुर के अंदर प्रवर्तन निदेशालय यानी कि ईडी ने दबिश दी, और तो 2 ऐसे परिसर थे जहां पर ये दबिश दी गई है। रवि मोहन पहाड़िया करके ये व्यक्ति था जिसके जो परिसर है वहां पर चेकिंग की गई, तो पता ये निकल कर आया कि तमाम चीजों में इसकी लिप्तता देखने को मिली है, और कंटिन्यूसली ये विदेश की फंडिंग के जरिए राजस्थान में कन्वर्जन का काम कर रहा था, यानी कि खुद पादरी का काम करते हुए जो ST से जुड़े समुदाय के जो लोग हैं, बाहुल आदिवासी जो लोग हैं, उनको ये कहीं ना कहीं कन्वर्जन के लिए फोर्स कर रहा था। तो उसी का ये कम से कम यूज किया हुआ यहाँ पर निकलता हुआ आया है। बात की जाए अगर राशि की, तो लगभग 2.20 करोड़ करके एक अमाउंट है, तो वो पूरा अमाउंट का जो एक्सचेंज है वो निकल कर आया है। US से फंडिंग होने के बाद फिलहाल निकल कर आई है। अब लगातार जो ये पूरा मामला है वो कहीं ना कहीं उठ चुका है। राजधानी जयपुर के झलाना इलाके में ये पूरी दबिश दी गई थी, और इससे पहले भी राजस्थान के कई इलाकों में कन्वर्जन के मामले लगातार निकल कर आ रहे हैं। बात अगर राजस्थान के उदयपुर की जाए, मेवाड़ की जाए, तो वहाँ लगातार इस लार्ज अमाउंट में ये चीजें देखने को मिल रही है। वहाँ भी थोड़े दिनों पहले लगभग 11 से 20 ऐसे लोग थे जिन्हें यहाँ पर कन्वर्जन ये करा रहे थे, उन्हें भी राजस्थान पुलिस ने दबिश दी और उन्होंने भी धर पकड़ा। अगर बात की जाए ऐसे डूंगरपुर में भी मामला निकल कर आया, वहां पर भी लगातार ये कंटिन्यूसली किया जा रहा है। मेनली जो इनका टारगेट है, अगर टारगेट की बात की जाए तो इनका टारगेट वो है जो आदिवासी है, गरीब हैं, शिक्षा के नाम पर लगातार कन्वर्जन की बात निकल कर आ रही थी।
That's right. In fact, thank you so much for providing us with all of those details. And this is, in fact, emerging as a major story as well. And we continue to track and how it unfolds. Thank you so much for that. And moving on to another story, 17 releases, 17 times out of jail. This is about the rape convict and Dera Sacha Saura chief, Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh, who is out on furlough yet again. The convicted rapist, serving a 20-year sentence for raping 2 women disciples, has been granted another 21-day temporary release. This is Ram Rahim's 17th temporary release since he was jailed. And what makes this release significant is that unlike several other outings that was done before at Barnawa in Uttar Pradesh, the Dera chief is once again being allowed to stay at the Sirsa headquarters. Here's a report. Take a look.
Rape convict Gurmeet Ram Rahim is once again walking out of the prison, this time on a 21-day furlough. Over the years, he has repeatedly been granted parole or furlough, triggering questions over how many times a convicted prisoner can be allowed temporary freedom. In his previous outings, Ram Rahim was sent to Dera Barnawa Ashram in Bagpat, Uttar Pradesh. Ram Rahim was convicted by a special CBI court in 2017 for raping 2 women disciples at the Dera Sacha Sauda headquarters in Sirsa. However, in the latest video, he has increasingly been allowed to stay at the Sirsa headquarters, making this his 3rd consecutive visit over there. These releases have often drawn political and public scrutiny, particularly because of his large following in Haryana and Punjab and their proximity to elections. The latest furlough has once again put the spotlight on the parole for high-profile prisoners. Ram Rahim is also serving a life sentence in murder case of former Dera manager Ranjit Singh. He was additionally convicted in the murder of journalist Ram Chandra Chhatrapati.
And moving ahead to another story, a Pune resident shared a video showing a live worm moving inside a pastry he had bought from Pole Bakery in the city. This comes amid severe backlash the cafe bakery giant has been facing over a similar experience by a Gurugram customer who found a live worm inside his sandwich. Here is a quick report. Take a look.
Another shocking video has surfaced online that has raised concerns over food safety. A resident of Pune has shared a video where a maggot was found inside a pastry. The pastry, which had been bought from the Paul India outlet in the city, had a live worm moving inside the eatable. The post comes a day after another customer's similar experience at Paul India's Gurugram outlet, where he found a live worm inside a sandwich. The resident who bought the pastry from the outlet located in Phoenix Market City Mall soon shared a video showing a live worm moving inside the pastry. However, there have been no response yet from Paul India's Pune outlet regarding the customer's video. The concerns raised over food safety highlight the need for stricter monitoring, proper hygiene practices, and greater accountability.
Coming up after a short break, Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim currently lodged in Sunaria Jail in Rohtak and serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in the Dera Sacha Soda rape cases has been granted 21 days of furlough. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Scott Best.
Now viewers, a shocking video has surfaced from Ramgarh in Jharkhand. JAM District President Vinod Kisku was seen threatening students with violence after they burnt an effigy. Now the JMM leader was also accused of assaulting students the following day. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
In a disturbing incident from Jharkhand, a video has gone viral showing JMM District President Vinod Kisku issuing open threats of violence against students. The confrontation began after the students announced a program to burn an effigy of the CM Hemant Soren. In the clip, Kisku is heard threatening the students, saying he would tear them apart. According to reports, the JMM leader did not stop at verbal threats. The very next day, he was allegedly seen assaulting the students, further escalating the situation. The video has triggered strong reactions, with many calling the behavior unruly and accusing him of acting like a goon. Opposition leaders and local residents have condemned the intimidation and demanded strict action against the individual. Authorities are yet to issue an official statement on the incident.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The VIP mindset is exposed once again with Karnataka BJP MLA Aishwarya filing a counter complaint against the police officer on whom the assault was made first by the BJP MLA's daughter Aishwarya. But the VVIP mindset has come into the focus once again. We'll tell you lots more. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj. Let's start the bulletin with the headlines first. Supreme Court rejects Tarun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender, directs Tarun Tejpal to surrender within 2 weeks. West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements, orders probe after anti-national slogans, graffitis emerged in Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic. Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari orders all fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping a police official on duty. BJP MLA B. Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Sirsa Dera Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim once again enjoys picnic time out on furlough of 21 days. He is serving 10-year sentence in 2 separate cases. ED flags funds without FCRA registration, 2.88 crore foreign funding under ED scanner. Actor Kriti Senon's Raksha Bandhan ad sparks row. BJP MP Kangana Ranaut calls actors top bikini. Kriti Senon hits back, says why women should be judged based on clothes. After worms in Gurugram's Paul's sandwich, now maggots found in dessert of the high-end eatery's food in Pune. Citizens say apology not enough. NSA Ajit Doval is on a 2-day visit to China, meets Chinese Vice President, talks scheduled with his Chinese counterpart, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, Indo-China border peace and 3,488-kilometer line of actual control in focus. And more skeletons are tumbling out of the closet of the Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter, Aishwarya, who is now in the limelight after slapping a cop on duty while trying to enter the sanctum sanctorum of a temple in Karnataka. While after that video that emerged from inside the temple, now more and more videos are coming out of the VVIP mindset that is out, rightly exposed on camera, with her arguing with the cops, trying to justify her action, and also lodging a counter complaint against the police official. Remember, this happened on August 12th, when she was trying to enter the sanctum sanctorum of the temple. You can see on your screen how Aishwarya, the Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter, is arguing with the cop first and then goes on to slap her. The cop on duty also tries to defend that gesture and counter slaps her, but that is a failed attempt. But you can see how the cop was only doing her duty when the BJP MLA's daughter tried to slap her. Now, after all this, we have more videos also coming in of the high-handedness of this Aishwarya, who has been outrightly denying that there is nothing wrong. But the father is apologetic. He spoke to us where he said that he is sorry for the actions done by her daughter. We also have Abhishek joining us from Republic Kannada. Abhishek, I beg your pardon, my colleague Abhishek is also joining us from Karnataka. Abhishek, tell us about the VVIP mindset. What is the stance of Aishwarya? Above all this, we have heard her father coming out to say that he is sorry, but what about Aishwarya? Where is she?
Well, with respect to the statement made by the father, Aishwarya's father, Suresh Gowda, who's the sitting MLA of the Tumakuru Rural, mentions the fact that he apologizes on behalf of his daughter because he doesn't want any of his family members to be involved in this ruckus anymore. And he very clearly mentions the fact that his daughter shouldn't have lost the cool that particular day, that is on August 12th at around 4:30 p.m. when his daughter, along with the grandkids, were visiting the Ukada Harti temple, which is located in Srirangapatna, and the CCTV very clearly shows that she tried to, she was standing in one of the queues, which is not a general queue, it looks like a VVIP queue, and where she was requesting the police officer to let her go inside the vicinity of the temple or the sanctum of temple to get the holy water splashed on the kids because they were suffering from the chicken pox, is what Suresh Gowda mentions. On the other hand, two more people surpassed the queue. Two more people were let inside the the sanctum of the temple, according to Suresh Gowda. And this raised a question or an alarm, or this created a ruckus between the sub-inspector and Aishwarya Gowda. At this point of time, the video also shows that Aishwarya Gowda picked the phone up. She tried to call someone, be it her father, be it her husband, who's the DYSP. He's also into the police service as of now. When none of them received a call, there was an altercation between both of these females, the MLA's daughter and the women police sub-inspector, and it is very clear that Aishwarya Gowda slapped the on-duty sub-inspector, to which she replied. The sub-inspector also replied with another slap, and various other police personnel who were present there barged into the picture. They tried to control the situation, and also some more videos have emerged where Suresh Gowda mentions the fact that it was the women police sub-inspector who verbally abused the family members of Aishwarya Gowda, and that is the only reason why Aishwarya Gowda might have lost the cool. But he also says none of these should have happened. He apologizes to the police department, he apologizes to the sub-inspector, and he requests that this shouldn't be doing rounds on social media, and he is saying that he will abide by the law, and he will his family will respect whatever happens in the due course of action.
Right, Abhishek, and the videos that you're talking about, the other videos that were, I think, just after that confrontation happened inside the temple, this escalated to the police station as well. We have more videos of the confrontation between Aishwarya and the police officer, where the police officer is trying to explain it to Aishwarya, who is completely in denial that she has done anything wrong by slapping a police officer who was just doing her duty. We also have the visuals of that. Let's play out.
ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್
ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಇರಮ್ಮ
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ
ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು
ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ನೋಡಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ
ಸರ್ ಅವಳೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೊಡೆದಿರೋದು
The arrogance of BJP MLA's daughter was clear in these visuals. How, despite being confronted by the cops that how can she slap a woman officer on duty who was just doing her job, Aishwarya remains in defiance, says how can a police officer just slap her? But despite all this, Karnataka BJP MLA Suresh Gowda remains apologetic and tries to justify and defend her daughter's actions. His daughter's actions, listen in.
Actually, on that day, Bhima Amavasya, I think 12th of August, the incident was happened. Then I come to know that after the incident is over. So I asked my daughter what has happened. She told I had been to temple. My both grandchildren, our daughter and son, had a chicken pox. For that, she had gone to put a water on to the children. So in that incident, she requested the sub-inspector to let that Pujari should put the water on both the children. So she refused. After that, one more person has come to the temple. She let him inside the temple. So that time she asked the thing, why you allowed that person, why you are not allowing me? See, something, I brought two children, they had the chicken pox. Let me 1 minute, I will go and come inside the temple and requested. So that became a words to words conversation was happened. So action, reaction. What my daughter has said, something, what the sub-inspector has told, I don't know. Police officers always, they have pressure in the public places. Because huge crowd was there, they have to control it. My daughter should also listen to what the police officer has says. Because we have to obey the officers when we are in the public life. So people goes to the temple for the peace of mind, not to lose the peace of mind.
But in that particular video, sir, it is your daughter who first slapped the poor sub-inspector and then in reply she also slaps her. What might be the reason? Because Aishwarya lost the cool.
No, why we lose the control? When some officers say something, abuse the things in the temple, inside the temple. Okay, my daughter says she abused the thing, you, my husband, my children, all this, that's what I control the thing. I don't know what exact it is. Whether it is true or not, I don't know. So we should have a inquiry. So that I don't require also. See, it is a temple. In the anger it was happened. In the patience, both should have patience. Police officers should also have a patience to handle the public.
And now a big business news coming in from the business world. My colleague Rupali joins me with more.
A big push for India's energy and engineering ambitions on the global stage as Larsen & Toubro has secured a major battery storage order in the Middle East. The order is worth between 5,000 to 10,000 crore rupees. The order has been won by L&T's renewable business and involves the development of 3 battery engineering storage system projects for a major client in the Middle East, which L&T has not named. Together, the three projects will have a combined storage capacity of 6 gigawatt hours. Each project will have a 4-hour storage system, allowing electricity to be stored when the supply is available and dispatched when demand rises. And this is not just a battery installation order. L&T will also build the infrastructure needed to connect these storage systems to the grid, including pooling substation and underground cables. So surplus clean power generated during the period of low demand can be stored and then supplied during the peak demanded hours. For the Middle East, where countries are rapidly expanding renewable energy capacity, large-scale storage is becoming increasingly important for grid stability and for integrating more renewable power. Over to you, Aditi.
Thank you so much, Rupali, for that. Shifting our focus now to the stories coming in. A Pune resident shared a video showing a live worm found inside a pastry he had bought from Paul Bakery in the city once again. This comes amid severe backlash the cafe bakery giant has been facing over a similar experience by a Gurugram customer who found a live worm inside his sandwich. Here is a quick report.
Another shocking video has surfaced online that has raised concerns over food safety. A resident of Pune has shared a video where a maggot was found inside a pastry. The pastry, which had been bought from the Paul India outlet in the city, had a live worm moving inside the eatable. The post comes a day after another customer's similar experience at Paul India's Gurugram outlet, where he found a live worm inside a sandwich. The resident who bought the pastry from the outlet located in Phoenix Market City Mall soon shared a video showing a live worm moving inside the pastry. However, there have been no response yet from Paul India's Pune outlet regarding the customer's video. The concerns raised over food safety highlight the need for stricter monitoring, proper hygiene practices, and greater accountability.
Students during their march towards Raj Bhavan from Gandhi Maidan demanding cancellation of the 70th BPSC examination. Police also had to resort to lathi charge and water cannon to students marching towards Raj Bhavan to stop them. A cement-laden truck sank into the road in Gurugram Sector 9 following continuous rainfall and waterlogging in the city. The incident once again highlights the crumbling civic infrastructure that turns into death traps, especially during the monsoon season. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Ministers Eknath Shinde and Sunitra Pawar extend greetings to Justice Sunil Balkrishna Shukre, retired, on taking the oath as the Maharashtra's Lokayukta chairperson. Keralites thronged malls, textile shops, markets, flower shops and sweet stalls on the eve of Kerala's Onam festival to finish their last round of shopping ahead of the festival. Breaking news coming in at this hour. Major ruckus, as per sources, is reported between the meeting that happened today. The Parliamentary Standing Committee meet on Home Affairs. As per sources, opposition demanded discussion on the pellet guns usage by the Delhi police during the Jantar Mantar protest of July 20, when the CJP had announced a massive protest on the anti-NEET paper leak protest. But the opposition also demanded that they want discussion on Jantar Mantar protest and the lathi charge that was done on the protesters. However, the chairperson of the committee denied any kind of discussion, stating that the matter is sub judice now in Supreme Court, hence no discussion should happen in the parliamentary panel meeting. But the opposition remained adamant on their demand of having a discussion, and therefore the meeting's agenda was derailed by the opposition once again, and there was no productive discussion that happened inside this meeting of Parliamentary Standing Committee on Home Affairs. But this has been the demand of the opposition. In fact, the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, has been raising this demand that the pellet guns usage by the cops is unjustified, and there should be a stern action against the Delhi police for using. Remember, on July 28th, when the Cockroach Janata Party and several protesters, but that protest turned violent, with several of the protesters also trying to attack Delhi police personnel. Several of them sustained injuries and were hospitalized. Over 140 Delhi police personnel were injured in the attacks. The crowd was out of control and gheraued and targeted the Delhi police personnel who were trying to just assuage the protesters that there is no permission for this protest near Jantar Mantar. Hence, they should dump their plan of any kind of protest and stay back on the protest. But the demand continued, and the opposition is now using it as an agenda against the centre. And now breaking news coming in from China, where it is positive for India. China calls for strategic and long-term approach to India ties after Chinese VP Han Zhang's meeting with Indian NSA Ajit Doval in Beijing. Said the two countries should enhance strategic mutual trust, tap into cooperation potential, and properly manage differences to keep bilateral ties stable. Big news coming in from China, and a positive sign between Indo-China relations as India's NSA Ajit Doval stays in Beijing for the meeting between India-China. This is the first senior representative level talk that India and China are holding. The main agenda remains the border issue and the LAC. But apart from that, China signaling positive momentum in the ties between India and China. China hints that they want strategic and long-term ties with India, as also is being hoped by the Indian side that the relationship with China and Beijing will remain the same. The Delhi-Beijing ties now witnessing a new momentum after year-long thaw between the border issues. There were discussions now held on how India and China should take forward those talks as well, and the differences should be kept aside is what the Chinese side is also hinting, so that the bilateral ties between the two nations and between two superpowers remain stable and long-term. This is a good sign for India, as India is only hoping to have great ties with Beijing, and Delhi-Beijing ties now witnessing a fresh momentum with India's NSA Ajit Doval being in China for new opportunities in cooperation in trade, in defense and security. Remains the biggest focus that the border issue is being discussed between both the nations. Remember, the LAC has been a crucial point of friction between India and China, and hence these talks only highlight that the two sides are up for talks and trying to douse the differences that will only harm the two nations. Hence, a positive note coming in from the Chinese side, saying that they want strategic and long-term ties with New Delhi, and they want to keep the differences aside with Indian side. On that note, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Right after the break, we will tell you why West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari is ordering a crackdown on anti-national elements and has ordered probe in Jadavpur University.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
ايش عملتي ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
And now in Jammu and Kashmir, students have launched a hunger strike demanding the immediate construction of a long-pending government degree college. That is the demand coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Protesting students, Faisal Dar said the campaign goes beyond just the college and aims to raise awareness so people stand up for their rights. Take a look at this report.
शुरू करो भाई शुरू करो कॉलेज का काम शुरू करो आवाज दो साथी हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल बोल रे साथी हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल बोल रे साथी हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल आवाज दो आवाज दो कॉलेज का काम शुरू करो भाई शुरू करो कॉलेज का काम शुरू करो भाई शुरू करो शुरू करो शुरू करो भाई शुरू करो शुरू करो शुरू करो भाई शुरू करो आवाज दो आवाज दो आवाज दो।
हमारा चौथा दिन है और कंडीशन उस मुकाम तक नहीं पहुंचे हैं कि जान निकल जाए, और जब तक ना जान निकल जाएगी तब तक हम यहीं पे रहेंगे, जब तक ना मसला हल होगा। मसला सिर्फ कॉलेज का नहीं है, ये एक मुहिम चलाई है हमने इससे पहले प्लांटेशन ड्राइव भी किया है लोगों को अवेयर करने के लिए। ये भी लोगों को अवेयर करने के लिए कि अपने हक के लिए खड़ा उठो आप। जब एक बच्चा पैदा होता है, न्यूबॉर्न बेबी, तो जब तक ना वो चिल्लाता है रोता है तब तक उसकी माँ उसको दूध नहीं पिलाती है। तो अगर आप अपने हक के लिए खड़े नहीं हो रहे हैं, आप कैसे एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो कि आपको आपका हक मिलेगा।
चलाओ ये बांधी जरा शुरू करो भाई शुरू करो कॉलेज का काम शुरू करो आवाज दो साथी हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल बोल रे साथी हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल बोल रे साथी हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल हल्ला बोल आवाज दो आवाज दो कॉलेज का काम शुरू करो भाई शुरू
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े। चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
सेनको से मेरा नाता सालों पुराना है। ये मेरे लिए बस एक ब्रांड नहीं है, ये है एक लेगेसी। मेरी शादी के कंगन सेनको से ही लिए थे, क्योंकि ऐसी बारीक कारीगरी और कहाँ। इसीलिए सेनको इंडिया का amongst most trusted jewelry brand as nominated by the FIR। अब मैं क्या ही बोलूं।
परिवार, अटूट भरोसा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing?
Supreme Court rejects rapist Tarun Tejpal's plea seeking exemption from surrender, directs Tejpal to surrender within two weeks. West Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari orders crackdown on anti-national elements. Orders probe after anti-national slogans, graffitis emerge in Jadavpur University. Big win for Republic. Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari orders all fake cases against Republic Bangla to be withdrawn. Video emerges of Karnataka BJP MLA's daughter slapping police official. BJP MLA B Suresh Gowda now says sorry. Sirsa Dera Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim, serving 2 separate 10-year sentences in the Dera Sacha Sauda rape cases, has been granted 21 days of furlough. ED flags funds without FCRA registration, 2.88 crore rupees foreign funds under ED scanner.